Number 2 says. Okay, thank you everybody for joining us for our December 6th, 2023 regular council meeting. I'd like to just do a call to order and recognize that we are meeting on the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. And we appreciate them for welcoming us here. I'd like to just start off by recognizing that today is the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. 34 years have passed since the murder of 14 women at the École Polytechnique in Montreal in 1989. We're here to honor the women who lost their lives that day, as well as all the other women who have been affected by gender-based violence, including missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Women and girls in Canada continue to face unacceptable violence and discrimination in this country. It is truly heartbreaking to know that hatred continues to affect countless women every day, including intimate partner violence and misogyny. Please join me as we begin 1 minute of silence in honor of all the victims of violence against women. I'd like to just end by saying it's up to each and every one of us to use our power and our positions to shed light on gender-based violence and to take actions against it. I'd like to thank everybody for taking that moment of silence with me. I don't believe we have any late items, but we're just going to vary the agenda this evening, given that there seems to be interest around the solid waste thing. And so I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Hillian.
Hi, thanks, Mayor. I'll move that we amend the agenda by dealing with items 5.1 and 8.24 after the delegation from the farmers market.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? That's unanimous. And we are going to also delay the presentation from Mike Zabarski. He'll come back hopefully later this evening and present that later on. So, but with that, we will do the adoption of minutes for regular council minutes for November 22nd.
Move adoption. Second.
Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, we'll accept those as unanimously approved. And we'll move into delegations. And I believe we have Twyla here to give us a presentation from the Comox Valley Farmers Market. And if you got the button pushed, perfect.
Thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Twyla and I am the General Manager for the Comox Valley Farmers Market. Today, I'm here to provide an update on our activities since we last spoke, as well as provide the preliminary results of our economic impact study. And I apologize that I've done this presentation a couple of times over the last months to various committees and councils, so there could be some repeats, but I promise there are a few extras in there. Many of you may know what we do and who we are, but for those that don't, I'm going to provide a little bit of background. So our mandate is to promote and support the economic health of the local farm and food community and to educate the public on agricultural issues. All the products at our market are made, baked, grown, raised, and wild harvested here in the Comox Valley and Strathcona regional districts. We are a food-only, farmer-first farmers market that's been operating in the Comox Valley for almost 32 years. We currently operate 3 markets, one year-round market on Saturdays, which is broken down into the Saturday summer market, the Saturday fall market, and the Saturday winter market, along with 2 summer seasonal markets, one in downtown Cumberland, as well as one downtown Courtenay. We also participate in the BC Association of Farmers Market Nutrition Coupon Program. This provides $27 a week in coupons to young families, pregnant individuals, and seniors across BC to purchase fresh fruit, vegetables, meat, eggs, nuts, and dairy over a 16-week period. Here in the Comox Valley, we partner with the Comox Valley Healthy Families, the Mikisew Métis Association, as well as the Upper Island Women of Native Ancestry and the Cumberland Community School Society. Although we don't have the final numbers in yet, in 2023, we have provided over $80,000 in coupons to the residents of Courtenay, Comox, Cumberland, and other regions of Vancouver Island. Since 2018, we've also partnered with Lush Valley on our farm gleaning program, and we don't have the final numbers yet for 2023, but thus far we've been able to divert over 5,000 pounds of fresh fruits and vegetables that would have otherwise been composted or thrown out. So on to the main topic of discussion, which I'm excited about, is our 2023 Economic Impact Study. So provincial-wide assessment of the BC economic and community impacts of farmers markets in BC was completed in 2006 and in 2012 in partnership with the BC Association of Farmers Markets and the University of Northern British Columbia. We were lucky that the Comox Valley Farmers Market Saturday and Wednesday markets were able to participate in this survey. In 2023, another provincial-wide assessment was completed, and we were able to get all 3 of our markets in this assessment. They used the same methods that they did in 2006 and in 2012 for the 2023 survey to keep things consistent. Before I get into the numbers, I want to provide some definition around the economic and community benefits. So the economic benefit is the direct benefits, the amount of money spent by market shoppers. We can have a multiplier effect which measures the ripple effect of the spending dollars. This includes the profit of the vendor, includes the monies the vendor has spent on inputs such as seed or feed. It also can include direct, indirect, and some induced effects that are measured in terms of revenue dollars, output dollars, and economic or employment jobs. And depending on what survey or what report you read, they have an economic multiplier effect of anywhere from 0.5 all the way up to 3. In this particular survey, it is a conservative number of 1.5. The community benefits are the spillover effect. So that is if a customer came to the farmer's market, bought some blueberries and vegetables, and they say went into downtown Courtenay and went to one of the amazing cafes or the shops that we have in downtown Courtenay and purchased stuff at the same time that they were at the market or met some friends or went to the library, that is the spillover effect. You can also include the multiplier in this one as well to get the total numbers. So what does that mean? The preliminary number, so this is the combined estimate of all 3 of our markets, so the Saturday, the Wednesday, and the Sunday, the combined estimated economic and community benefits of the Comox Valley Farmers Market to the local economy is approximately at $9 million. It's $9 million annually. So let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into the Saturday market. The Saturday market, which includes the one at the exhibition grounds, as well as at the Native Sons Hall for fall and winter markets. That is $7.6 million annually. Of note, 47% of the respondents said that they shop at the market regularly or frequently. So it's almost 50% of the people that come to the market are there regularly. If we take a bit of a deep dive into the Wednesday market, we can see that it is $847,000 annually. On this one, we found that there were a lot of people, almost 70% were new to the market this year, and that we had quite a few people that were tourists, almost 30%. So tourists during the summer that came down for the market or came down to visit Courtenay but attended the market. Now, if we want to take a look to the total impact of the city of Courtenay, it's approximately $8.5 million. And if we want to further break this down to have an idea what the impact is in downtown Courtenay, we know that approximately 20 to 25% of our market sales occur when we're at the Native Sons Hall. We also have the impact for the Wednesday market. Plus, we also know that people who attend the market when it's at the exhibition grounds also do come into downtown Courtenay to do their shopping as well. So we can estimate another $3 to $4 million, or approximately $3 to $4 million direct benefit to downtown Courtenay of that $8.5 million. So switching gears a little bit, we have an ask that we want to present. So we operate 5 markets: the Saturday winter, Saturday summer, Saturday fall, the Wednesday market, and the Sunday market. A total of 73 market days throughout the year. And on average, 22 of those market days, or 30% of our total market days, are here at the Native Sons Hall. And this has been since 2008-2009 fall winter season. These 22 markets account for 72% of our yearly venue rental costs. Our small markets, such as the Wednesday market in downtown Courtenay and our fall and winter markets at the Native Sons Hall, are financially supported to some degree by our Saturday summer season or Saturday market in order to operate at full capacity. This support can be as high as 60% of the associated costs. In a 2022 membership survey completed by the BC Association of Farmers Markets, on average, the markets pay approximately $5,000 for venue rentals yearly. Our fees for just one venue, the Native Sons Hall, for less than half of the market days are approximately double that average. And this aligns with other markets in Vancouver Island and throughout BC. Ensuring that local farmers and food producers have a way to sell their products direct to customers is an important component of food security in the Comox Valley. We are privileged here in the Comox Valley that we're able to grow and raise food pretty much all year round. If farmers are not able to sell their product, they will stop producing them, decreasing the amount of fresh local food available. The opposite is also true, though. If there's more demand for these products, the farmers will grow and raise more. Having a strong, well-supported agriculture sector in the Comox Valley is essential to food security, especially since we live on an island with only 2 to 3 days worth of food supply. We provide cost-effective retail opportunities to help make farming and food production profitable. Farming, in particular small-scale farming, does not typically have a high profit margin. Many farmers have off-farm income in order to support their farming activities, while others are making less than minimum wage. In addition to these, costs for inputs such as feed has more than doubled in the last couple of years. Many farmers are already absorbing some of these increased costs for fear that more price increases will deter customers. For this reason, it is important that our vendor table fees, which is the source of 90% of our market revenue, are not increased. Keeping market-related costs down has become increasingly difficult as the cost of many things has increased significantly over the last several years. We've worked hard to reduce and eliminate expenses as well as optimize our paid employees and numerous volunteers. Our board is looking for ways to reduce market expenses without reducing programming, markets, or staff. One way is to reduce the venue rentals. The other is to revisit our Wednesday market, which has been underperforming over the last several years. Our preference would be to keep the Wednesday market going as it provides an important component of economic and community benefits, specifically to the downtown core. So our ask, given the benefits of the farmers market to the Comox Valley, the local agriculture community, with respect to small business incubation, stimulation of the local economy, food security, advocacy to the local farm and food community, and community connections, we're asking the City of Courtenay to provide support in the form of reducing the rental fees, providing a fee for service agreement or other agreement. And finally, we just want to say that we are grateful for the City of Courtenay, Mayor and Council, and staff for their support over the years, and we're looking forward to continued collaboration. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You've generated some questions, but do appreciate it, and glad you had your ask very articulated. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Elaine.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks very much for the presentation and for the ongoing presence of the farmers market. You said your preference would be that the rent goes down. I'm sure that would be all of our preferences. But what about the other alternative, which is to actually increase the number of customers that are coming to the market? Have you looked into how that might happen and how you might thereby increase revenues so that the cost of rent wasn't such an issue?
Definitely something what we're looking into. There's things have shifted a bit since COVID, and we're trying to make sure that we get all the numbers back up, and they are coming back up along with the number of vendors that we have. We did have a decrease in vendors at COVID due to people taking that as an opportunity for early retirement. Some people took it as an opportunity to change careers or change what they were doing. So we're starting to get back up to those numbers. So it's things that we are looking into.
Great, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Elaine, and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Twyla. It's a great presentation. Outlined obviously all the great benefits of the farmers market. I was wondering, can you share with us? You said it was for the 22 days, it was double what other communities are paying. You mentioned $5,000, but like, what is the fee for a Saturday morning to use that facility?
For the year, it's approximately $10,000.
10,000. Okay, and it sounds like there's been sort of a decrease in vendors coming out on Saturdays. Is that?
A decrease, but typically when we move to the Native Sons Hall, we do have a decrease in vendors. It's the fall and winter season. So we do have less vendors. We have less customers. It's a normal part of the cycle when we have lots of fresh fruits and vegetables, lots of farmers, we have more customers and more vendors, but in the fall and winter, we tend to decrease those. We're trying to make sure that we maintain a year-round farmers market. One of these things that we want to maintain is having a place for the farmers to sell things, and the chickens don't stop growing or producing eggs just for the month of January, February, and March. We still have meat and other products that need to be sold. They don't hold well for long periods of time. So we're making sure that the farmers do have a place to sell all this stuff year round, even if it does mean that we have slightly less vendors during that time.
Okay, and you're aware that we probably won't deal with this tonight, but we'll ask for maybe a report or deal with it at a future meeting. So
yeah,
I look forward to that. Thanks. You can't hear me? Is that better? Yeah, what I was saying is that we can't deal with this tonight, but I look forward to dealing with this at a future meeting. Thanks for this feedback.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch, and Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Twyla, for this. I just wanted to ask a bit about the Wednesday market. You were saying that your options, as you were seeing them, are to either seek a reduction in rent or consider changes to the Wednesday market. It sounded like there'd been a decrease in attendance over the last couple of years. Do you have besides COVID, which may well be a big part of it, do you have a sense of what's driving that? And if so, what might be done to kind of reverse that trend?
I think it started out with COVID. We took a big hit during COVID, the bridge reconstruction, like everyone in downtown Courtenay did. But we still haven't been able to get that traction back to try and attract the vendors to come, to get the customers to come. So I wanted to emphasize that although those numbers for the Wednesday market were the 470 some odd thousand, that includes the Comox Valley Arts and the Comox Valley home-based business. So it's not just the farmers market. So those numbers include the whole downtown Courtenay Summer Street market. So it's not just the farmers in that total number. It's the whole market. So we are trying to increase the number of vendors that come, and hopefully that will also increase the number of customers. It's one of these things, if we don't have the vendors, then we don't have the customers. We don't have the customers, we don't have the vendors. So we're trying different things to try and make sure that we increase the number of customers that we have so we can increase the vendors and the amount of revenue that we're making from the Wednesday market.
And just to follow up, have you had an increase in vendors at all since like sort of the trough with COVID? Are you starting to see sort of more of an upward spiral than a downward one?
Not yet. 2019 was a really good year. That's when we did our first partnership with Comox Valley Arts, and then COVID hit, bridge reconstruction, and we haven't been able to recover since then. We still have on average 10 or so vendors per day, but we'd like to get it back up.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cole-Hamilton. I don't see any other. Councillor Jolipure.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Twyla, for the presentation. Nice to see you virtually. Yeah, I'm really happy to hear you point out the commitment and the desire from your partners to continue to see a Wednesday market downtown, and hoping to see positive impacts from our motion and the report that will be coming back from staff on the Duncan Ave pilot program for the summer in 2024, and hoping to see some positive impacts of that on the Wednesday market. So yeah, glad to hear that there's a commitment from your board and from your partners to see that going. I guess I have curiosity what you didn't mention as much, which makes sense because you're at City of Courtenay Council, but I am curious because you shared the percentage of your overall budget across the Saturday markets, Wednesday markets, and the Saturday market at the exhibition grounds. Can you share the costs associated to running that market, just to have a comparison, given that we've heard about the Wednesday market, we've heard about Native Sons Hall, but I'm wondering if you can give a little bit details on the exhibition grounds and the costs associated with that for the farmers market.
So that one is where we get most of our revenue from. That is our biggest market. That's when we have the most vendors. That's when we have the most customers. So we're able to cover our costs on that market, as well as have a little bit extra to support the other markets that we have, the Wednesday and the Sunday one. Our fees for that one, our revenue fee, our venue fees are significantly reduced for that one. We have a arts and culture grant for that one, which helps with those fees on that one. So that reduces that. And then we just, it will be more staff intensive than the Wednesday and Sunday market because it's so much bigger. We've got more than double the amount of vendors, more than double the amount of customers, everything else that goes in. So we're more staff intensive on the Saturday market when we're at the exhibition grounds than we are at the Saturday market here at the Native Sons Hall, and the Wednesday and the Cumberland market.
So it sounds like there's some seasonal grant opportunities that reduce the costs for the venue fee, and then an increase in revenue because there's more vendors and more people attending because it's nice weather and more farmers. The CVRD, who you rent the exhibition grounds, do they provide a discounted rate or any type of special agreement for the rental of that space?
Yes, we have the arts and cultural grant through the CVRD,
Oh,
and
it's
that covers the bulk of that rent.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I actually wanted to just maybe get the same kind of figures for Cumberland. I noticed that if I recall, that the kind of gross sales were a little bit lower than the Wednesday market. Maybe I'm just curious to know what costs are associated with the Cumberland Sunday market.
The Cumberland Sunday market it's been around for 7 years now, and we're finally able to pretty much match the cost of that. That one doesn't have any cost for the venue rental, so we don't have to consider that. The cost for staff is a little bit higher than it is for the Wednesday market because we go a little bit longer in the season. And for that particular market, we do have a little bit more. We have more vendors more regularly, that consistent vendors. So we've got around 19 vendors, 15 to 19 vendors that come each week, whereas the Wednesday market is more fluctuated. And part of the Wednesday market also has to do with waiting for farmers to have the blueberries to come in, the vegetables and all that kind of. Same with the Sunday market, but not as to the same degree as the Wednesday market.
Okay, appreciate the comparison. Thanks.
And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. So just for clarification, is that loud enough?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to be too loud. It sounds like you're down to maybe 10 vendors on Saturdays. Is that what you're saying?
On Saturdays?
Yeah, at the Native Sons Hall.
No, at the Native Sons Hall, right now we're averaging around 35 or so vendors.
Okay.
January, February, March is when we'll take a big hit for that. And that is just because January happens, Christmas happens, people don't want to come to the market. They're trying to recover from the holiday season. So typically January and February are our slowest months. March starts to pick up once we start to get the seeds, the plant starts, that type of thing in there. So January, February, we'll probably go down to 25 or so vendors. And it also depends on weather. We've had some weather days where vendors just can't get out of their driveway. So we're down to like 10 or so vendors. That doesn't happen super often, but we do have a couple of days during the season when that does happen.
Right. So it sounds like you're saying that for some months of the winter farmers market, it's problematic having the regular fees, but other months it would be reasonable. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Yeah, have you considered talking to the BIA and seeing if there's some sort of mutual benefit stuff that can be done? I know Councillor Hillian talked about, getting more people out. And I think that's obviously would be a huge benefit to downtown. So just throwing that out there. I know you got your own plans, but just the thought that came up. Yeah, and I do look forward to talking about this later and figuring out how we can help you guys out.
That's a great suggestion, and it's something we do work with the BIA for the Wednesday market and for the Saturday market as well.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Excellent. I think there may be, I'm just looking around, making sure there's no further questions or comments. Again, thank you very much for coming out. And again, I think, you guys are doing a fantastic job. I always enjoy it when I get a chance to get out there. As you can tell, I think there's a lot of support from this council, and then really, I guess, making sure that any of those grants that are available that you're applying for. Have you ever applied for any grants through the city? Through our we used to have a granting program. It's shifting to go through the community foundation now. I just didn't know if you had applied for that one.
No, but I talked to city staff about that, and we talked about some of the requirements. I think they have to modify it on their website. It talks about some of the things that wouldn't apply to us, but in talking to staff, I now realize that is not necessarily the case. So staff are aware of that and will look into that for sure.
That's great to hear. And I heard that there's some CBRD grants, and I wondered if those were the direct grants from the discretionary ones from the directors, where they have their grants in lieu, or if that's something that's specifically CBRD as a whole.
It's also something we're looking into. We're trying to cover all of our bases to make sure that we're covered. So we're looking into a lot of things over the last couple of months.
Excellent. And no, I really appreciate it. And as was mentioned, we don't necessarily make a decision on the day that we're delegated to, but we will bring this back on agenda sometime, probably in the new year, since this is our last meeting of the year. So
awesome. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. All right. With that, we're going to move to item 5.1.1 as we had varied the agenda. And I will pass it over to probably staff, I think, to talk first. Ms. O'Connell, there we go.
Thanks very much, Mayor and Council. I'm very excited to be here today after quite, as my colleague would say, long journey to develop the new bylaw compliance policy as well as this accompanying strategy. So happy to go walk you through both of those this evening. So the previous, slide. Oh, that's perfect. Thanks, Adriana. Sorry. The previous bylaw policy was adopted by Council in 2017, and the intent of the policy was to ensure a consistent, fair, and transparent approach to bylaw enforcement. At the time, the policy was developed without public engagement, and the division was limited to one officer and one part-time manager. As you can imagine, much has changed since 2017. Our population has grown, and we are experiencing increased complaint volumes and growing expectations from our residents. As we sought to update the policy, we engaged the public through a variety of opportunities, including the 2023 resident survey, the bylaw policy survey, interviews with council, staff, and interested external parties. And what we heard was a resounding expectation for a higher and more consistent level of service. In the bylaw policy survey that had over 450 respondents, 70% expected quicker response times, with 75% stating that bylaw services were critical in maintaining community safety and aesthetics. When asked about the city's compliance approach, 85% of respondents prioritized education over punitive measures. In the 2023 resident survey, Your Courtney, Your Voice, 29% of respondents were either very or somewhat dissatisfied with bylaw enforcement. And although the survey did not identify or inquire as to the reason for the dissatisfaction, those results, when paired with what we heard in the bylaw policy survey, indicate a general increased expectation of service. Responding to our community's expectations, Council has supported significant growth in the bylaw services division. With the most recent addition of a fourth officer in September of this year, the service has expanded to 7 days, will be expanding to 7 days per week in the near future. The addition of the fourth officer has resulted in a significant change in the division's services capabilities, as we are better able to attend matters related to urban issues and homelessness without decreasing bylaw services in other areas, including tree protection, nuisance, unsightly premise, zoning, building violations, and parking. With council support, we are better able to meet the service expectations of our residents. Slide. Through the bylaw policy survey and the cross-sectional dialogue with a variety of interested parties, 6 themes emerged that significantly informed both the policy and the strategy. Collaboration and partnership recognizes that a collective effort is necessary to tackle complex problems, balancing enforcement and trust building, building trust and positive relationships within the community while maintaining order through enforcement activities, balanced resource allocation, so applying a client-focused model when determining resource allocation to better address and balance response to both social challenges and other priority issues identified by the community. Siloed departments, so addressing barriers to effective communication and collaboration. Process streamlining, so looking to leverage technology and develop better cross-departmental procedures. And leveraging existing resources, so identifying and utilizing the strengths and capabilities currently present. Next slide. The purpose of the policy is dual. Firstly, to provide an understanding of our approach to activities that may negatively impact the environment, public safety, and well-being. And secondly, to encourage compliance and promote accountability within our community through responsible enforcement. This is achieved by ensuring fairness, promoting education, and fostering community involvement. Slide. Under the policy, the city will strive to foster a community where compliance is a shared responsibility to build a more connected, safer, and stronger community. In line with our commitment to inclusivity and respect for human rights, this policy outlines 6 principles of compliance. A balanced approach, trauma-informed response. I'll elaborate a bit more on that. And this is essentially that the city will prioritize a trauma-informed response and acknowledges the diversity in its community, grounded in an understanding of and responsiveness to the impact of trauma. Bylaw services will embed trauma-informed responses into its policies, procedures, and practices, seeking to resist re-traumatization actively. By blending cultural awareness and trauma-informed practice, enforcement becomes more effective, empathetic, and considerate of diverse experiences. A trauma-informed response will also help to build trust, foster better community relationships, and contribute to the overall well-being and safety of the community. Other principles include engagement with curiosity, so actively asking why someone may not be able to achieve compliance with the bylaw policy. A commitment to safety through ensuring fairness and proportionality, using a risk-based model. Commensurate intervention, so essentially not overreacting or underreacting. And then confidentiality, so being mindful of the personal circumstances of individuals who we may be seeking compliance from, and making sure that we are protecting their personal information in circumstances that may be a barrier to bylaw compliance. Slide. So some new things that have changed since the old bylaw policy to the one that's being proposed this evening. Under the old policy, the city had committed to responding to complaints only and did not engage in proactive compliance. This made seeking compliance on in-time activities such as littering, smoking, off-leash dogs, dogs whose owners are not responsible for picking up after them. It's almost impossible as by the time an officer responded to a complaint, the infraction was long since over, with the culprits long since gone. Taking a proactive approach will include bylaw officers in our parks and on our streets, engaging in conversations about city bylaws, proactively raising awareness of compliance expectations. A commitment to communicate with the complainant beyond the original complaint submission. So this is intended to assure residents throughout the investigation process that we are actively working on achieving compliance. Anonymous complaints will now be considered based on the subject matter and attended to in accordance to the priority level. The policy also clarifies the city's discretion in addressing matters based on risk, enforcement standards, and resources. And lastly, clarifying or a better plan for addressing frivolous complaints. The priority levels you see on the screen, we've got 1, 2, and 3. So the first one are issues that have an adverse impact on the environment, public safety, or infrastructure. The second or Tier 2 are ones that impact multiple individuals, but directly impact. So that would be immediate neighbors or businesses that are within a very close proximity where you can understand the direct impact on a collective group as opposed to a single individual. And then all other complaints would fall under Tier 3. Slide. Using a CARE approach, we will seek bylaw compliance through proactive communication, clear guidance as to how compliance can be achieved, education materials such as our soon to be released Good Neighbor Guide, and lastly, enforcement only if required. As an example, let's talk about non-compliance with the solid waste bylaw and the so-called garbage police. Bylaw officers are not police, and really their priority is in seeking compliance through education and awareness, not only of the bylaw regulation, but what it means and why it matters. In the event the ambassadors come by across a contaminated recycling, the first thing they would do is leave educational material for the homeowner or occupant. And 99.9% of bylaw compliance is achieved through raising awareness of the requirements. After education, in the event that the ambassadors find continued non-compliance, they will notify bylaw services, and we will attend the home and again focus on raising awareness and understanding. Only those who intentionally refuse to comply with the bylaw regulations after we have done what we can to raise awareness and understanding will be issued a tickets, or be subject to further compliance-seeking enforcement options. Slide. Moving on to the strategic plan for bylaw compliance. So in order to achieve the policy objectives, we've also created a corresponding strategic plan, very similar to Council's strategic priority plans as well. So we're going to talk about the plan to achieve bylaw compliance over the course of the next 3 years. So to ensure bylaw services aligns with the bylaw policy, the strategic plan for bylaw compliance provides a roadmap and activities under 6 categories to be undertaken over the next 3 years. Slide. The first objective includes collaboration and partnership. So this is really working with our community partners as well as residents to find out ways that we can work together to increase awareness regarding bylaw compliance. This also includes sharing data and information that we can use together to collectively lead to bylaw compliance or potentially address more complex social issues. Balancing enforcement and trust. This is about raising awareness around how bylaw compliance is sought and being consistent in our application of the expectations and the enforcement mechanisms we have access to. Slide. Objective number 3 includes building those cross-departmental teams. So in order to achieve this, we'll be creating a working group that will facilitate the cross-departmental coordination and then leveraging cross-departmental technology to ensure we have access to the same information when appropriate. Process streamlining includes standardizing procedures and complaint management processes, as well as looking at ways to create efficiencies in our ticket dispute processes. Slide. Objective 5 includes leveraging existing resources. So we do have access to resources at the city that we can use to our advantage. So this is about aligning resources with our priorities, looking at our human resources as well through talent management, and also any digital platforms that we may have available. Slide. Objective number 6 is regarding the trauma and cultural informed practice. So I mentioned regarding the priority of this in our bylaw enforcement. This is how we hope to achieve it. So first, we'll be identifying training opportunities regarding culture, trauma, mental health, violence de-escalation, and addiction. We'll be using trauma and cultural formed lens to make amendments to our existing policies and procedures. We hope to collaborate with others externally to also create effective approaches. Slide. The strategic plan for bylaw compliance, with the support and under the direction of Council, the Bylaw Services Division has evolved and expanded. With the adoption of the bylaw policy and the strategic plan for bylaw compliance, the city will set clear service standards and targets corresponding to the expectations of what we heard through the various engagement activities undertaken over the past year. As we initiate the strategies identified and build out the processes and standards of the division, I look forward to reporting out both to council and to the community on the city's progress and compliance achievements. I would like to thank Magda and Navi of Curiositas Consulting for their expertise and support, which were integral to the development of both the strategy and the policy. And I've enjoyed learning from them and seeing how they have built the policy and strategy with our community needs and wants in mind. Lastly, thank you to council for your ongoing support, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. O'Connell, for the report. And I think just a huge kudos to see where our bylaw enforcement has come from. You mentioned how it went from basically a single bylaw officer who was very complaint driven to where we're actually being able to be proactive. And I think it's most notably been impactful for the residents over on 20th Street that had a nuisance house that we were able to finally get closed down and bring some reprieve to that neighborhood. So again, just really big kudos to staff for the work they've done on this. With that, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick question of clarity. For clarity, there's that graph on this page 58. It's the one that was like green and then orange, and it had the XY axis. And I wasn't quite sure what the Y axis was. So on the bottom, it's talking about safety, liability, and impact, and whether it's a low or high. But on the other side, what are we talking about? Unlikely and likely.
So essentially, it's regarding the possibility of something actually taking. So this is very similar to how we conduct risk assessments in our work fields currently. So essentially, it's along the lines of what is the activity itself? What is the potential risk to the environment or to public safety? And then the multiplier on that is the likelihood of that actual event taking place. So for example, you may have an unpermitted shelter along a waterway corridor. In the dry summer months, when we're not experiencing floods, the risk of environmental damage is much less than in the winter months when we may experience floods that may wash contaminants into the river. So it's really more of a multiplier that helps us to determine which complaints or which matters we respond to first relative to each other.
Okay, thanks for that.
My pleasure.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to staff for the report. I just wanted to talk for a minute about recycling and solid waste. And it's my understanding that our citizens have actually done a pretty good job of recycling. And our contamination rates, I think, have historically been relatively low. In fact, I think, didn't we win an award back in about 2016 or 17?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So, I think we had that rather mischievous article in the newspaper last week that suggested that we were somehow out to get people. And it's obviously not the case. But I just wonder if both our public works director and our corporate services officer could talk a little bit about the approach, because my guess is that most people will never actually notice any ambassadors poking around their garbage, and that really what we're trying to do is make sure that with the changes in the system, both with organics and with separate containers, will enable us to continue to have those high rates. And that the few people who do jeopardize the cost savings that we get through that will be able to monitor that and address it as it comes up.
And from a political perspective, I can say the ambassador program has been going on for many, many years. And unfortunately, I think that reporter has just moved to town and might be unaware of that. And I can say that I've never had anybody come to me with any challenges around it. And as Ms. O'Connell said, pretty much everything is resolved right at the doorstep. But I'll pass it over to staff. Mr. Shaw.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to council, appreciate the commentary and the questions and the point of clarity around success of our program in the past. Obviously, our solid waste management program has been long-standing. It's a robust program that is evolving as we speak, and moving into 2024, we'll be transitioning to a fully automated system. And in doing so, it comes with a variety of changes that we expect within the facilitation of that service. And moreover, I mean, the goal of the program, obviously, I should say, the goal of the program, overarching goal of that program, is waste diversion. The more that we can divert from our landfill, the longer our landfill will survive, and the less cost in the long term of the overall service. In doing so, Recycle BC provides the city with subsidies for that recycling program. They provide subsidies to the degree and offer that to the city in turn for the materials that we collect. The expectation through that collection is that those materials are contamination free or low in terms of contamination. And as Councillor Hillian pointed out, in 2016, the city was actually awarded for the best contamination rate in the province of BC, being the lowest of about 3.5. The expectation is 3. We've since then risen past that upwards of 8%. And in doing so, in 2018, the Ambassador Program was launched to help educate our residents and to support further diversion and correct recycling. That program has been vastly successful across our community, and we see that program every year through the summer months as we invite our post-secondary students to participate in an educational program for our residents. They're passionate individuals. They care about the environment and the work that they provide on behalf of the city, and they very much enjoy connecting with our residents and informing them of the opportunities to divert waste in appropriate measures. We've launched additional supportive materials as well in terms of OOPS stickers that we provide to those residents if we've noticed contamination, to help them understand some of those items that may shift on a variable basis relative to Recycle BC's needs. It's important to ensure that we're also acknowledging those that are successful. As we find individuals through our conversations that are successful, that we reward them with gold stars and provide opportunities to share the successes of the program with the public. We extend that to our festivals, working with our students in the Canada Day celebrations to ensure that we provide opportunity for continuous education and communication with our residents about changes that the city may be looking at or undertaking relative to that service as a whole. There's many opportunities for communication and education, and this is just, again, one of those opportunities that the city has sought and seen great success from in the past. We hope to continue it in the future. The unfortunate part of being a subsidy program as a Recycle BC has the opportunity to fine us if we're non-compliant with those materials. And that's really a direct result of the materials that were collected. If they're non-compliant, one bundle of contaminated materials will then be landfilled as a result. And that's unfortunate, considering all the hard work that our residents do in order to ensure that those materials are collected in a reasonable fashion and contamination-free. So the overall goal of the Ambassador Program is education first and foremost. And as my counterpart, Ms. O'Connell, articulated, enforcement is the last resort.
Yeah, thanks for that. And, you know, I guess we're going through a change right now. People are getting used to the size of the containers. And of course, some people think they're too big, while we've also had complaints from others that they're too small for their leaves and that sort of thing. But, you know, like any change, presumably we'll get used to it. I did have another question in relation to the bylaw policy. A lot of the issues that come up that are reported to bylaw involve neighbor to neighbor disputes. Sometimes they're about dogs. We've had a few of those recently that have been pretty concerning. Other times they're about unsightly premises. And I guess one of the concerns I have is how we get back to people to let them know that their complaints have been taken seriously and that there actually has been some action taken, particularly if they don't see any actual observable change. And I know that sometimes there are circumstances that they may not be aware of that might be impacting the individual who has the issue. We had a particularly significant case a number of years ago that we ended up spending a fair amount of money in the Supreme Court around enforcement, where a whole neighborhood was concerned about the state of one particular yard. And we eventually had to enforce. I believe there was mental illness involved, and we ended up with some sort of a court challenge because the individual thought that what everybody else thought was garbage, to them it was actually yard art. So we get those sorts of strange situations that come up, and I'm just wondering how our bylaw staff get the balance right between you know, making sure that we're doing the best for our citizens in keeping our neighborhoods as tidy and organized as possible, while respecting the challenges that come up in those types of situations.
Thank you, Councillor Hillian. It is quite complex, and the policy, the examples you provide, the policy actually hits on multiple levels. So the first piece has to do with the continuity and the dedication to providing that communication with the original complainant. So the new commitment under the policy and with the resources we've been provided and supported through council is we will be able to have a more consistent communication with the original complainant. Unfortunately, we cannot provide personal information around the individual who is the subject matter of enforcement. As you mentioned in that BC Supreme Court case, we have complex individuals within our community who may be struggling with different matters, whether it's mental or physical health. It may be they may have suffered a loss or have other personal circumstances that warrant a bit more compassion and or may require time for bylaw services to work with external agencies like Island Health to support them in bringing the property into compliance. So what we can do and what we are willing to commit to is to continue to advise the original complainant that it is important to us. It is being looked at. We are actively working towards compliance. What we can't do is divulge the personal information of the individual and the circumstances that may be leading to delays in compliance for compassionate and or mental health or other related reasons.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Helene and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks to staff for this report. It's great to see this moving ahead. Bylaw is an issue that has come up regularly in many different ways over my time here on council. And, as our city grows and the complexity of the things that we do increases, we also need to ensure that our policies are in step with that. And this is certainly where we're going with this. I had a couple questions just about specific bylaw concerns that have come up over the years and maybe how our approach may address those better. One type of complaint that we hear from time to time is around street parking. Sometimes it's vehicles left uninsured. Sometimes it's commercial vehicles being stored in residential areas overnight. I'm trying to think of other examples of parking related problems, but you get the idea. And I know that when we've addressed these issues in the past, that we have limitations on how we can address vehicles. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to that and whether or not there'll be any changes in that regard coming with this as we move forward with the plan.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum. It's a two-part answer for me. So the first part regarding attention to parking regulations within the city. With the increase in bylaw resources, so now moving to 4 officers, we have been able to reinstitute the downtown parking patrols that were temporarily suspended during COVID. In addition, we now have 2 officers who are not responding in the morning to unauthorized encampments, who are able to go and address morning related bylaw issues. So that's been quite great. So as for an example around construction related matters, those types of things. So we have seen a dedicated increase in responses to matters related to parking infractions. But regarding the traffic control bylaw itself, currently vehicles are permitted to park at the same location for a 24-hour period. And as long as the vehicle is moved every 24 hours, it is within the bylaw compliance. Coming out of the policy as well as the strategy, one of the next pieces will be looking at prioritizing revisions and amendments to our existing policies. And I can tell you the traffic control bylaw is in the top 3 to be addressed. And we're hopeful we'll be able to address it next year and bring forward some options to council regarding parking stays and things like that as part of that bylaw update.
That's great to hear. Thanks for that information. And I'll just ask one other question. Something that we also hear about regularly that's tends to be complaint driven, but I'm not sure that it's always effective, is just the encroachment onto sidewalks of landscaping hedges. Sometimes it's blackberry vines, and in seeing the proactive piece highlighted, I'm wondering if that is another piece that we may try and educate in a more proactive way, specifically around school routes and, you know, areas that do have a lot more pedestrian activity.
Thank you. So in the event where we have overgrown vegetation that may be blocking like the visual line of sight for things like stop signs or safety related matters, those are addressed immediately. With ones that are encroaching on sidewalks, previously it was dealt with on a first come, first served basis for the most part. Now that we have 4 officers on staff, we will be able to provide better education around the residents' expectations of residents or owner occupiers around maintaining their property. So that way we ensure that public spaces remain accessible. Earlier this year, actually just a couple months ago, council adopted the new framework for accessibility. And part of that is also working with the Accessibility Advisory Committee to look at ways of improving accessibility throughout the city. So we will be seeking their guidance on how we can make improvements or adjustments to either bylaw enforcement or education that ensures that all of our residents are able to move around the city without barrier.
That's great to hear. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. I just wanted to circle back to the waste collection piece. And I'll start off by saying that I'm really pleased to see that our bylaw compliance policy sort of prioritizes education over punishment. And I think that's the right way to do it for sure. I actually wanted to ask about these OOPS stickers that Mr. Shaw had outlined. Can you give us some examples of when someone might get an OOPS sticker?
Thank you for that question. Thank you for that question through the mayor to Councillor Frisch. I might ask that Manager of Solid Waste Services, Chris Thompson, step up to the mic to answer that specific question.
Thank you.
Excuse me, just before you go, the people who are speaking in the audience, if you can't hear and you let us know, that's fine. If you have other comments, please leave the room. You can make your comments outside. Everybody's here. We have to be respectful. So thank you very much. Back to you, sir.
Thank you through the mayor to council about the OOPS stickers. Those are typically given to homes that are putting in things like styrofoam in their recycling bin, glass, flexible plastic like plastic bags. Another one that does come up occasionally and actually is quite impactful are books. Just for the record, books are not recyclable. And that would generate an OOPS sticker. On the OOPS sticker, there's actually a checkbox for each of the items that are found in there.
That's great. Yeah, I didn't know that about books either. Though I haven't received an OOPS sticker yet, I may get one. Yeah, well, thanks for the feedback. So that's the majority of what they're being used for right now.
That's correct.
And would it be safe to assume, like going forward, that's kind of the same issues that we're looking at going forward, or have you guys sort of thought of some other issues that might crop up now with our new containers and that sort of thing that we might even send out to the public in advance, thinking like this might cause confusion or?
Mr. Shaw.
Thank you for that. If I may just jump in there. Obviously, the OOPS sticker is an important piece of our arsenal in terms of communications with the residents that may not be there, who can provide intimate firsthand knowledge as to what had been a contamination or noted as a contamination within that. Beyond that, in terms of sort it right opportunities, the city has developed an online app which can not only tell you when your garbage needs to go out, what information is there to support you and understanding what could go in what bin and why. Also, it provides the answers to whether it can, if it cannot go, where could it go in terms of continuing that diversion rate.
That's really helpful. Thanks for that. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And I'm going to go to Councillor Jolicoeur, who's been very patient. And my apologies, I believe I skipped over you, but over to Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor. I am really happy to see this policy come forward. The policy nerd in me is very happy with the work that staff have done and the consultants who I see virtually online with me. And to really see that this was a policy that came forward after extensive feedback. Staff highlighted some of that in their report, the surveys, the multiple surveys, the pop-up engagement sessions, and the engagement with specific partners like Island Health, the Coalition to End Homelessness, and the DCBIA, the RCMP. I think this really allows for me as a counselor to really say, you know what, we've really consulted broadly here. We've heard from community members. And one of the things that I really appreciate about this policy, and I think some of my colleagues have highlighted some of the unique specific examples of things that we hear about in the community, but really it highlights and provides the community with an understanding of our approach, which I think the policy bylaw compliance, the compliance bylaw policy that is attached to this agenda and that I hope will be on our website, I think is really user friendly. I appreciate that there's really clearly laid out approaches that, you know, language like harmonious and the care approach that we're going to be communicating and collaborating. I think this for a lot of people, when we think bylaw, we think punitive, we think top down, we think of power dynamics, we think of you know, this approach of othering. And I really see in this policy our commitment to looking at community as part of the solution and part of ensuring that we have a safe community. And so I just want to kind of raise my hands up to staff and the community more broadly and our partners and the consultants for the job well done. Really happy to see this. Some of the things I wanted to highlight around the principles that I obviously, people that know me and my colleagues will probably unsurprisingly, you know, the trauma-informed response and the engagement with curiosity. That's kind of one of my go-tos. And I was really happy to see that here as a principle. I think that for me, it feels innovative. It feels unique. It feels different than what I think about when I think about bylaw. I mean, our consultants have it in their name. It is something I think that we need more of in the world, especially when we're trying to do better. I think the policy really positions citizens and businesses as good businesses, as good people who might have made a mistake, and giving them the opportunity to do better. And I appreciate that the commitment the city is making in this is really to have our bylaw officers lead with curiosity, lead with a trauma-informed lens. And so, yeah, just really want to give my kudos. I do have some specific questions. The CARE approach as it's laid out, communicate, advise, reinforce, and enforce. That first step, that communicate step, I think it's on page 8 of the policy, the triangle, and staff spoke to, I think, like 99% of people end up, doing what needs to be done to meet the expected behavior or the expected action. And I think in the lower part of that triangle, there's yellow and green being voluntary compliance and community education. I'm wondering if staff can speak to, in broad terms, and I know that we've had our yearly bylaw report on all the bylaw issues that we have in the community. I'm wondering if staff can speak to really the benefit that we have around front loading that bottom part of the triangle to really get to the outcomes that we want with citizens and businesses following the bylaws set out by the city.
Thank you, Councillor Jolicoeur. I'm really happy that you brought up the CARE model and specifically the communicate. I will get on to your second part of the question, but one of the things that's going to be coming to council in the new year and will be released at specific times throughout the year, all through 2024, is our Good Neighbor Guide, which also includes persona-based brochures or informational brochures. So you'll see one, for example, launching pre-summer about being a park goer and what are some of the rules and regulations that are going to help us all have access to the parks where we can equally enjoy the space. Other examples include if you're a business owner, you may not want or need to know that there are 20 different bylaws that apply to you, but it may be helpful to know what are the 10 most prevalent things that may help you to address city bylaw issues. Other examples of the types of brochures that we're considering or that will be coming out include ones for pet and animal owners. So this actually will be the first time this approach to the Good Neighbor Guide has been taken in the province. Typically, Good Neighbor Guides really look at simplifying individual bylaws, but hasn't looked at consolidating them. So an individual needs to know what are the expectations based on the activity they're undertaking, as opposed to knowing and seeing 20 different bylaws and having to filter out what are the rules that apply to them in a specific circumstance. So that's one of the ways that we're going to be raising awareness and communicating those expectations to the public. The other component you were talking about had to do with the triangle itself and the community education and voluntary compliance. As Director Shaw was mentioning that the ambassadors have been around for some years now, I can tell you in the 3 years being the director overseeing bylaw, we've never issued a ticket regarding garbage contamination. So it has been extremely effective. Most people, if they're aware of what the expectations are and they have an understanding as to what's driving the requirement or the change, whether it's to create community safety, if it's trimming your hedges so someone in a wheelchair can move from point A to point B, like I said, 99.9% of the time, they will take it upon themselves to be neighborly and do the neighborly thing and comply with the bylaw, which is intended to decrease conflict. So by having these conversations early, having them often all getting on the same page of understanding, really we can avoid conflict. And it's more about having conversations and being present in the community so we can all coexist peacefully.
Thanks. And yeah, my second question is really, I think, and thanks for that, highlighting that, is the action plan, the strategic plan. Again, really appreciate that level of transparency to the community to know how we're going to be rolling this out. And what I really like on the last page of the strategic plan is the ongoing monitoring and evaluation. And so one of the examples, because my colleagues shared some examples that I'll bring in, I won't repeat other examples that have been shared, but the trauma-informed practice lens, objective number 6. And then we've got over the next 3 years, a fair bit of work to be done in this. And it looks like a lot of that work is going to be also education-based, training-based. The second strategy there, review and update bylaw compliance procedures. That's the stuff that really is like in practice. How do people experience bylaw enforcement activities on the ground? It says here, reflecting the principles of trauma and culturally informed practices. And so, I guess I'm curious in practice, and I think the issue that hasn't explicitly been named by my council colleagues, but it was in your report and listed in the report and in the presentation, was the ongoing issues we have with urban issues, with homelessness, and that trauma-informed lens and understanding that there's power dynamics here. A lot of the root causes of a lot of these issues have to do with what we call wicked problems: poverty, mental health, addiction, housing. And so I really appreciate that we are considering a trauma-informed lens that positions an understanding that the realities that people who are living rough in our community are directly a result of huge system failures. And that approach, that level of understanding and compassion is what our officers are leading with. And so I'm wondering if you can speak to a little bit of that, and specifically in the monitoring and evaluation, that second bullet around soliciting feedback from community partners and residents and adjusting our strategies where appropriate. We would have never known where we would have been today 10 years ago when it comes to the housing, homelessness, mental health, and addictions crisis that we have across the country, Vancouver Island and BC. And things will continue to change over the coming weeks, months, and years. And so I'm wondering if staff can speak to ways in which that will be put into practice, that the soliciting the feedback and updating our strategies on an on-needed basis.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jolicoeur. So this is very much in its infancy, in the sense that the bylaw officers themselves have gone through trauma-informed practice, culture-informed practice, violence prevention, mental health, and addictions training through the benefit of having access to that training through the Strengthening Communities Grant program. having it now entrenched as a priority within the policy and making the commitment to undertake the activities outlined in the strategy is where those processes will be developed. So essentially, we have a lot of learning to do first, and that'll take place in 2024. And essentially, one of the other components of the strategy talks about working collaboratively with our external partners to find out what is the best way of achieving this trauma-informed practice and looking to them as the expertise, as the subject matter experts to inform our processes. And that will include finding out from them, what do they think is the best way of judging the impact or the effectiveness of our trauma-informed approach. At the same time, I do want to make sure that I am very transparent about the city's obligations as a worker, as an employer, to provide a safe and respectful workplace for our staff. So there are some instances, for example, having RCMP respond to a circumstance where you have an unhoused individual who may have experienced trauma and the presence of the RCMP may be triggering. If there is a situation that warrants RCMP attendance from a safety perspective, that is essentially something that we have to find a balance for. So I can't put my team or my staff at a safety risk when a real, not perceived stigma-based fear of safety issue is present. But really, as I'm just even referencing that, making sure it's a real safety issue as opposed to a stigma-based fear issue is an example of how we can approach or change our procedures to ensure we're not engaging the RCMP on matters that really could be dealt with otherwise. So really it's to come. We have a lot of learning, and we're going to look to our community partners who are experts in this to find out from them, what do they think it could be the best approach? What are some options out there? And then really, what is the best way of measuring this in a meaningful way? So that's why we have the training coming in 2024. We have the partnerships and collaboration coming in 2024. And then we have the updates coming in 2025. So we really need to learn and understand what our foundation is before we start making changes.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I'll try to remember what I wanted to talk about 10 minutes ago. So I just wanted to boil this down a little bit to the kind of nuts and bolts of some of the concerns that we're hearing, mostly about the waste management side. Sounds like the OOPS stickers will be put on if one of our staff notices some contamination. It sounds like in most cases that OOPS sticker will be enough to kind of alert people to what's happened. If folks already have good practice with their recycling and have been doing well for years, they're probably folks that are not going to have a problem, a new problem coming forward, is also what I heard. I wanted to note that council rarely ever hears about bylaw infractions. And to me, that says that enforcement is extremely rare, because that would be the only time council really would hear about bylaw infractions, is when it was ramped up to a level that needed some kind of council decision or there was some legal aspect. So I would say that it's extremely rare that we have that punitive approach. There also is concern that our staff or others may be going out of their way to search through people's garbage or enter people's property, and monitoring people's habits, sort of like a Big Brother approach. So I believe that I've summarized the first points, and you can let me know if I'm correct, but that last point, I just wanted some information on monitoring and going into people's property and that kind of thing. Thank you.
Mr. Shaw.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Morns. You're correct. It's a proactive approach. It's to that end, it's not one that's going to be one that's trespassing onto property and up into people's backyards to ensure that compliance has been met. We look at the materials when they hit the truck at the point. Oh, sorry. we're looking at, we look at the materials when it impacts the vehicle and it hits the truck, and that's the point at where it's going to go to the landfill or to the recycle depot. Those are the point in which we search for contaminations.
Great, thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Moore and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Just reflecting on the commentary around the table. We're dealing with parking issues. We're dealing with homelessness issues. We're dealing with garbage. We're dealing with dogs. We're dealing with cars. We're dealing with unsightly premises. It's a very complex suite of issues that our bylaw staff have to manage. But I think the issue that perhaps has rankled people is that there's some sense that the heavy hand of the government is out to get you for just putting out your trash. And you know, in this increasingly complicated world that we live in, sorting your recycling and getting your organics organized and knowing what to put in your garbage becomes almost a full-time job. I've got a little bag of used batteries at home that I'm trying to figure out where to take. And you know, after a while, I find that I get mixed up between the bag of used batteries and the bag of good batteries, and I'm trying to test them to figure out which is which. And you know, I've got a pile of bits of plastic that I can take over to the recycling depot. But you know, I have to remember where to put it, and so you know, I think there's a certain frustration that people have with just the complexity of modern life and all the things that we have to deal with. But I just want to reassure people that you know, we're all in this together. The goal is to keep this a good place to live, to try and keep our costs down as much as possible, to reduce what's going into our landfill, and to make sure that we continue to get a good subsidy from Recycle BC for the recycling materials that we do provide. And you know, we certainly take seriously the feedback that we get as we launch a major change like this. And you know, I personally will continue to respond to people who've written letters to us expressing concern. But with that, I'd like to move the recommendation that Council approve the City of Courtenay strategic plan for bylaw compliance and the City of Courtenay bylaw policy. Thanks.
It's been moved and seconded. We've had quite a lot of dialogue around this. Are there any further questions or comments before we move on? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Excellent. Thanks very much. And we have buried the agenda, so we are going to now move on to item 8.2.4, where we're actually going to be again delving more into the solid waste side of things. And again, I think it is a bit unfortunate that when the person at the paper wrote that article, they didn't reach out to myself or respond, I guess, with staff either to get some clarification, because and then, of course, hyperbolized a few things in terms of some of the stuff that's happening. But those things being said, we'll move over and I'll pass it back over to staff. Or is this report, right? Mr. Gardner.
Thank you. Through the Mayor Council, Mr. Shaw is going to start with a brief introduction, and then I believe Mr. Thompson is going to speak to the staff report, or they'll work in tandem.
Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, just a point of clarity, there's no staff report accompanying this bylaw. This bylaw is here for fourth and final adoption. In terms of articulating objectives with respect to the solid waste management bylaw, Mr. Thompson was here 2 weeks ago to present to council a very detailed report and background on how we got to where we got to with respect to the solid waste management bylaw. The differences this bylaw articulates in terms of needs with respect to automated service versus our old bylaw. So we're seeking to rescind the existing bylaw and replace it with this new bylaw that would be supportive for the solid waste service on its forward. in terms of the bylaw itself, it's fairly robust. It's fairly detailed. It is replacing a bylaw that was otherwise 20 years of age. We're seeking to update that information and provide us with a succinct bylaw that will carry us forward into the future. The bylaw is not an uncommon bylaw. It is a bylaw that's been seen endorsed in other communities, such as the Regional District of Nanaimo, as well as Abbotsford in its similar context. So those parameters within the Highland context, as well as the Lower Mainland within BC, have been carried forward into this one to help us move and transition forward within our solid waste management services, obviously with the overall, as I suggested earlier, arching program of diversion. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Fantastic. Thanks for that. And we do have a couple generated at this point. So I'll start with Councillor McCollum.
I was just going to move adoption, given I'll move that council adopt solid waste bylaw number 3113, 2023.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to respond to this piece of mail that we received, which was asking about whether there was, in the unlikely event that we do have any actual proceedings where we're taking action against someone, whether there's any provision for an appeal. And there was also a misunderstanding, I think, in section 63, it talks about a summary of the offense. And I think they were confusing that with summary offenses, which is a reasonable mistake to make, which under the criminal code, which involve jail time. So I think we're probably good to clear up that possible misconception. And if you could just speak a bit to what the what appeal process there might be.
It's a great question. Thank you for that. I would defer to my counterpart, Director of Corporate Services, Ms. O'Connell, for those specific legal questions. She's just absent at the moment, but I can speak to the policy guidance relative to enforcement and the STEPT program, just as we allow her the time to come back to the room. As Ms. O'Connell articulated within the CARE approach, it's communication and outreach first and foremost. The program and the policy that's been driven in terms of recycling and contamination is a broad program stretching across 5 steps of communication and contact with residents to ensure that compliance has been met. There's also a de-escalation process within that as well. So as compliance is met in terms of contamination has been reduced and individuals have learned and understood where those materials need to be going, they decline through those processes as well. So it's a very open process, it's a very dialogue process. And as we articulated earlier, fines would be the last resort, and only after a multitude of opportunities for both consultation, both in a person-to-person effect, as well as written in terms of expectations. But beyond that, I would imagine from a bylaws perspective and a conformance perspective, there's opportunity for conversation. I will defer to my city manager.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Shaw. Mr. Garbutt.
Through the mayor. So council is aware that in the evolution of our bylaw division, we are also going to be changing the way we administer tickets. So currently we use the municipal ticketing information process, and the new way to deal with that, and many municipalities across British Columbia are implementing what's called the bylaw adjudication process. And this is the process whereby if people receive tickets, then we go through a screening process, and it's it's called bylaw adjudication because there's some consideration there, and that happens outside the court process. And under the MTI process, it's extremely costly, and it's heavily influenced by timelines in the courts. And so the council will be given some information and consideration on implementing another way to work through the administration of our bylaw enforcement in the inevitable, although extremely infrequently, situation of actual ticketing. But we'll provide some more information to council on how that bylaw adjudication process works in 2024.
Thanks, Mr. Garbutt. Appreciate that. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to confirm 2 or 3 points that have been coming in from people who are concerned about the changes to garbage collection. And perhaps Mr. Shaw could confirm these and provide any additional information he has. First of all, we did notify people that this change was coming about a year ago, I believe, and we have had a number of updates since that time. And then, of course, the carts arrived on the street. So my understanding is that the size of the carts is related to industry standards. And because we're having an automated pickup, we're not really able to modify those carts to any great extent. I mean, basically, we're going to have a truck that's got some sort of a forklift arrangement on the side that will pick it up. And that's going to take away the problem that we had during the heat dome when the contractor simply couldn't keep staff because it was such incredibly hard work to tote containers of garbage in that kind of weather. Can you just confirm that?
Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Hillian, you are correct in terms of communications. The communication, education, and outreach relative to the transition to fully automated has been a robust communication strategy, and we've seen that roll out over the course of a total of 18 months. We've done that in collaboration with the town of Comox, as this was a joint venture program between the two municipalities. And so most of those releases have been concurrent with each other in terms of sharing information. The programs are virtually identical to much of the extent in terms of what the provisions of service has been offered. They vary very little in terms of the two town and the city. With respect to cart sizing, procurement through and transitioning out of COVID has been very difficult. And the procurement timeline for carts was limited in order to facilitate procurement, build, and delivery in time for the transition to automated. The municipality had to make a succinct choice relative to best practices, as you described, for those material sizes relative to the streams, but also in considering the needs of our community relative to that. There is opportunity in the future, and we will be working with our community in terms of transition. If sizing is one that is a desire of individuals to transition away from the particular ones that have been delivered to them. The one that is really of opportunity is the organics bin in terms of sizing and moving that one up and down. The garbage collection is set at 120 liters. There's no size variation from that. As Mr. Thompson articulated a few weeks ago, there's opportunities for additional carts if there is a need for individuals. In terms of recycling, again, in terms of offering opportunities for diversion and meeting our commitments through our partners at Recycle BC, we offer the largest cart practical for each resident for diversion. There's no cost benefit one way or another for an exchange in that size of cart. Those materials that are in there are cost recovered with respect to the offerings from Recycle BC for there. So providing opportunity for diversion was first and foremost relative to that particular stream.
Right, and if most people are like my household, we produce a relatively small bag of garbage every week, but we have massive amounts of recycling from all the excess packaging that comes with virtually anything you purchase these days. So one of the other issues, and we just in fact had a complaint about this today from someone who said that the carts were delivered on the front of the street when people actually put their garbage out in their back laneway. And in some cases, people had difficulty because they didn't necessarily have access from front to back. But that highlights the challenge that some people have with perhaps moving the carts. And I just want you to clarify that there is assistance available if we have people who have disabilities or are infirm due to age or any other reasons. They can ask for assistance with navigating their cart from wherever they've kept it out to the street on pickup days.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great point. The assisted set-out program is also articulated within the bylaw. The parameter of offer of assistance is there for application. If individuals are interested, they can certainly contact Public Works. We've been receiving those requests and been meeting with individuals facilitating that need so that it is in place on January 2nd when the service commences.
Right, but I guess we're also counting on the fact that the carts being having wheels will actually be for most people easier to get to the curb than the previous containers. Which brings me to the third point I wanted to raise. People have been worried about what are they going to do with their previous containers if they don't have some use to put them to. And my understanding is that that we're encouraging people to repurpose those. But if they're not able to do that, that we actually will provide some type of a service to pick up and recycle those. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. We're currently working through the logistics of how that particular collection will occur. To your point about recycle, reuse, we encourage residents to use them in other fashions if that suits them. But in terms of those that can't be used or are no longer wanted, the city will be collecting used recycle and garbage containers on behalf of the residents. We'll be holding an event later in the summer after those items have been collected. Maybe I'll back up. We'll be collecting those through the period of January and February of this year after the rollout of the program, collecting those materials, sorting them for ones that are usable and recyclable, as well as ones that individuals may be able to repurpose. And then running a swap or an opportunity for individuals across the community and across the region, if there's a need from an agricultural perspective or someone else that wants to use them and repurpose them and get great use out of them. The ones that are remaining after a very robust search for reuse will be pelletized and recycled.
That's great. I won't be recycling my old garbage bin because I'm going to use it to keep all the bottles and cans that I have in various sizes of boxes in the garage. But I appreciate your information on all those points. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And yeah, it's really good getting that those kinds of things articulated. It's very much appreciated. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. And yeah, just to add to some of the things that we've been hearing from folks as this has been making its way and as we've secured the contractor and the new system, I've shared before that, this is a system that's used almost like for most of the southern Vancouver Island and central Vancouver Island. And so I know that Courtenay and Comox are playing catch up in a way. And so I'm really excited to see this new system roll out to help divert waste. I guess one of the things, a little biased as a nurse myself, for those who are friends in the community who are working shift work, in the bylaw, it speaks to no earlier than 5 a.m. And so I'm wondering that section in the bylaw that speaks to, I think it's under section 4, number 11, sub-bullet A. Is there a exemption? There's exemptions to almost everything in this bylaw under the director's discretion and under policy. I'm wondering for those of our friends in the community who are working shift work, if we've given some consideration on how we can support them in getting their bins out in a way that supports them being out in the community, working in our facilities, serving our people in the community.
Good job.
Thank you to the mayor and to Councillor Jolicoeur. I appreciate the question. The provision for restrictions and times of set out is specifically as to address the animal attractant that the organic materials would then otherwise collect or offer. And so we're trying to avoid the conflicts between wildlife and the organic bins. And so the restriction in terms of time is to facilitate that. So it's not out for very long before the opportunity for collection. In terms of your question about provisions and considerations, there's currently not one in the bylaw. And as you described, there's always opportunity for consultation consideration. We would obviously want to work with those individuals. And if there are those opportunities to work collaboratively with the individuals, whether it be through assisted set out or connecting them with the other areas or other neighbors that may be able to help them, that would be our first choice rather than a concession that would allow a material that may be an animal attractant to be out for a great deal of time.
Yeah, thanks. And that sounds good. That would support them in finding other ways to get it out or the assisted program as well. The other question that I have, and I'm kind of losing it where it is in the bylaw, but when it speaks to snow and ice, and we're not quite at that point yet, but we often get emails about snow removal. And so I'm wondering if I think the language in here says that it can't be on a snowbank. So if there is a snowbank, then it can be in the driveway if it's within, I think it's like 3 meters or something. I should be really quoting it, but I can't pull it up right now. But I'm wondering if staff can speak to the inevitability that there will potentially be days where There are streets that are set for pickup that day that our city workers, our great public work staff haven't been able to get out to plow that street yet, and what that would look like in practice for folks as we look to the winter coming up here.
Yeah, fair enough. Great question. I knocked on wood if you hadn't noticed. Hopefully we don't get snow for a little bit, but you are right. Inevitably that will occur. And there's an opportunity here as we will discuss snow and ice control a little bit later in the agenda. But obviously, I think it's important to note that staff work collaboratively with our contracted service provider for the collection of those materials on the days in which snow and ice control programs are active. So we provide them with mapping that may be different from the route that they normally would take, but it provides opportunities for us to work collaboratively with them and to be able to defer their collection to a point in time that is most advantageous, that the roads are prepared for the matter of collection on that particular day. Solid waste collection happens 5 days a week, and snow can happen any one of those days, especially on the weekends. So it's important that we work together. There was provisions within the set out of the bins within the bylaw to prescribe opportunities that would otherwise not necessarily be the preferred set out location, but understanding under conditions with snow and ice control and the piling of snow within the curb lane, that there are a need for that cart to be there, as well as for the truck to travel in a safe manner to collect those materials that be advantageous. I'll offer as well in terms of articulation of that machine, as Councillor Hillian pointed out, it's about 3 meters in terms of grab. So there is opportunity for them to get to those locations that might not otherwise have been considered accessible in times of need relative to inclement weather.
Yeah, and just as a follow-up to that, I think about the assist program, and for those individuals who have difficulty getting their bins to the curb, they might also be individuals who have difficulty plowing their driveway or their pathway to their bins, where the contractor would, under your discretion, would have been approved to go and collect the bins and bring them out to the road for collection. I'm wondering if you can speak to how we're going to manage that, how contractors will manage people's property who, again, these are the folks who might not be able to or haven't gotten around to shoveling their driveway and making it safe for the contractor to retrieve those bins. If you can speak to that specific type of example.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of assisted set out, it's a fairly robust conversation. After application, staff do meet with the individual homeowners that have applied for assisted set out to ensure that the bins location, the bin storage is one that's accessible for our contracted services, and it provides safe mechanism of passage to and from, so that the driver of which will be doing the assisted set out can safely stop, approach the bin, pull it down from the private side house out to the street, dump the materials, and then take the bin back up to a secure location. In terms of traversing driveways in snowy and icy conditions, obviously we want to ensure that those contracted services providers are working in a safe environment. That can't always mean that the driveway is going to be cleared beforehand, but there are mechanisms which we can secure the safety of those individuals with the footwear and appropriate attire in terms of PPE that they can be provided by their employer.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I know staff has talked about this being best practice, and obviously we've done our homework in terms of setting this up. And I just wondered, I know anecdotally I've heard from people who've moved to this area who had this system in other areas and said there was some pushback in the beginning, but you know, there'd been some pushback in other communities at first, but actually people have been pretty happy with it. I'm just wondering if there's anything that you can speak to in terms of doing a review of other communities with the system. I can't remember if that was in the original report way back when that we had.
It's a great question, great point to make. And I think we touched on this a little bit earlier today in our discussion as well. This is a common system that's used across the Lower Mainland, as Councillor Jolicoeur just pointed out. The Lower Island, and we're in a bit of a catch-up mode with respect to this particular program. Manual collection is is the old school way of doing it. Automated is definitely the one to look towards in terms of continuing our efforts for solid waste management, continue our efforts towards diversion, increasing the opportunity for materials to be collected on the street in a safe manner, both from an efficient, effective, and a safe perspective for our workers. As Councillor Hillian pointed out earlier, in terms of ergonomics and working in heat waves, and our environment is changing, and we need to change with it and provide successful opportunities for us to continue to manage our solid waste needs as we continue to grow as a community. And this will provide us with great, effective, and efficient, as I said, safe mechanism to facilitate the collection of those materials. And it is broadly used across Canada and across North America.
Great. Yeah, we're not reinventing the wheel, so that's great to know. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Morin. And we do have a motion on the table. I don't see any further questions or comments. I'll maybe just end by thanking council. I believe any of the questions that have been sent to us have been brought up. And I want to thank those in the gallery who have attended today. And especially those who have brought forward their questions to council. And just a reminder that you do have the ability to contact council through the website. And if you Google Meet the Mayor, I do meet people every week, usually 3 to 10 people a week, and happy to discuss any of these issues or other issues that you might have. And I've recommended that also with the record. So if they're going to write a story about something that hopefully they don't realize it's something that, they think it's brand new, when we've actually, like the ambassador program, that's actually been happening for almost, I guess half a decade now. So without much hubbub. So that being said, again, thanks to everybody, all those in favor. And that's unanimous. Thanks very much. And so we did bury the agenda, so we'll just head back to, yes, I'm almost there. 5.2.1, yeah. Councillor McCollum.
Mayor, I'd like to suggest that we vary the agenda for one more item, as I think there's some folks here for the
next item.
No, 8.1.1. For second and third reading of bylaw amendment number 3094, 1560 Grieve Avenue.
That may be true, but we may also have people wanting to hear about the recreation fees and charges as well. So I'm just a little concerned if we change things too much that we may actually.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
It's your call, Mayor.
Yeah. And that being said, our first delegation has made it back because we did vary the agenda just for these, which impacted them having to leave. So, but that being said, maybe we'll start with 5.2.1, and I'll pass it over to staff if there's a report, and I'll go with Ms. Wade.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just wanted to do a brief overview of the report that is before you in regards to our increase on the Kelly O'Brien's food primary side of the proposed business in regards to the referral for us from the Liquor Control Board. As part of the Liquor Licensing Act, there's a referral process to municipalities when hours are extended from a certain point in time to for a permanent change, which is the case in this. I want to note that there's 2 types of licenses that are in this operations. One is a food primary, which is applying for the extension in hours from midnight to 1 o'clock on Monday to Saturday, but not on Sunday. And that is to align with their liquor primary license, which is currently open till 1 o'clock, except for on Sundays. And they wanted to have this extension of hours on the food primary side in order to align with the pub side so that they weren't picking up patrons and moving them over to the other side because it was closing. So it's a smoothness of operation. We did advertise this as per the practice has been with the city on our webpage. We did receive a comment from the coalition. I wanted to let council know that we are working on the liquor licensing policy that will be coming before council, so we can lay out the procedures and have clarity on how we refer applications to council and who would be involved from a stakeholder point of view. In regards to the letter that has been provided to us, we will provide that to the Liquor Control Board as part of this process. And I also wanted to talk about that I am familiar with the municipal alcohol policy, which is a little different than a liquor licensing policy. They're two different things. One deals with public events and how we do special occasion license and how we outline that and when, where, and how. They have to align with the legislation act for the licensing of liquor. They cannot be different than that. And when it comes to doing bylaws for hours of business operations, that of course would be part of our business licensing bylaw, and we would be looking at that. So I just wanted to highlight, I'm aware it touches 3 different types of legislation, and staff's aware of it, and we'll definitely bring that back in consideration of the letter that we received. So staff is looking for a resolution from council in regards to supporting this, and that would be passed along to the Liquor Control Board, who ultimately will make that decision. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the report. I don't actually have any questions. It seems like a reasonable request. And seeing that there seems to be no opposition from the neighborhood or the RCMP, I was going to go ahead and move that council direct staff to provide a response to the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch, recommending approval of the change of hours, citing no objections to the application by Kelly/Carlos O'Brien's for a change in hours of primary liquor sales from 9 a.m. to from 9 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week, to Monday to Sunday, to 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. Monday to Saturday. And that all public comments be shared with the LCRB, and encourages the LCRB to consult with local community and work with the applicant to address public concerns should the LCRB decide to approve the application.
It's been moved and seconded. Thanks very much. And Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the letter that we did receive. I'm not necessarily opposed to this today, but I did want to point out, I know that our staff has said that there's some work being done on the liquor licensing policy and perhaps the municipal alcohol policy. But that was probably very early in last term that Dr. Charmaine Enns came to our council talking about the potential to look at some policy around approvals for liquor establishments, and did have a pretty comprehensive presentation about actually comparing it to some of the smoking diversion policies that had been extremely effective, and how that could be applied to alcohol. And I believe it was Councillor Hillian who brought that motion forward all those years ago now. So I just want to reiterate that this letter that we received from the Comox Valley Substance Use Collaborative is basically referring to the implementation of the recommendations in their latest phase 2 substance use strategy report, and in particularly number 18, which was develop or review existing municipal bylaws and policies related to alcohol and cannabis sales, etc. We do have some policy around cannabis, the cannabis outlets, and we've had some criteria in order to make those decisions, but we don't have that for liquor establishments. So I just wanted to make sure that that didn't fall off the plan, and it sounds like from staff that is in the works, but I'm hoping that that will be sooner rather than later because we did have that resolution several years ago now to take a look at this, and we are having these come forward, and it would be good to have more clarity around some policy in that regard. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Morin. Appreciate that. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And yeah, just to add, I fully agree with Councillor Morin's comments around the letter we've received from the collaborative and the good work that's been done locally around the harms related to the sale and the use of alcohol in our community. I guess I have a few questions. One, and staff spoke to the referral to the RCMP. In the staff report on page 3, the RCMP shared a recommendation to have the liquor inspector do inspections on the hours of service. Can you maybe expand and elaborate on that? Was there a reason? Were there some concerns? Yeah, that's my first question. Thanks.
You're through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. Yeah, they're just reiterating the standard practice of the liquor board that has inspectors, that has regular they come in and inspect on a regular basis and have their routine, and it's just a reminder.
Okay, thanks. And then to Councillor Morin's point, the recommendation 18. Now the city, I guess it's a question for, it might be the city manager, it might be for our director of planning, but or our director of community services. The substance use phase 2 report and the recommendations found within. My understanding is that we accepted the report. And so I was a little surprised to see on page 4 under policy analysis, no analysis as it relates to the impacts of that report and the recommendation. I appreciate that staff mentioned it in the verbal report for this item. And that there's going to be some further work on establishing a liquor application policy. And so I guess it's just kind of it's a question of process. When we've endorsed reports or recommendations for things like the substance use strategy that we are a part of, how do those recommendations make themselves into our reports and our analysis when things come forward that are the business of the city?
Oh, you want to answer, Mr. Gargan?
Oh, thank you through the mayor. Appreciate the question. So we work with council to establish our work program based on strategic priorities and have presented to council a work program in some areas. We haven't developed specific responses, and so we do find ourselves in a situation where we have a very important work related to the substance abuse strategy, just like our official community plan that has a number of components around implementation, and we actually haven't come back to address that specifically. I acknowledge resolutions of council prior to me arriving as city manager, as well as other work that's ongoing. We're going to be having some conversations about upcoming financial plan, and work programs will be discussed. So I guess I'm in a roundabout way saying we hadn't prioritized the development of that policy at this point, given the other priorities that were underway within our work programs, specifically related to regulations and responding to permit referrals, et cetera. This input from council is important, and we need to put that into the mix as well in terms of where we're going to go. With respect to the timing of the development of the policy related to liquor control, maybe I would defer to my colleague in terms of speaking to timing. And I would advise council, given the number of legislative changes that are required, particularly in the development services area, there was a huge amount of work required to respond to the province's direction, and that will take, I would say, very large priority in the development services department. Ms. Wade.
Yeah. Through the city manager to the mayor and council. Yes. So the liquor licensing policy is something that we have put some thought to in drafting, because we realized that that piece does not exist. but we will have to separate the different pieces out because a municipal alcohol policy is different than a liquor licensing policy. So to the city managers, that would be an additional piece of work that we would have to look at from a strategic priority point of view. But the liquor licensing will outline and it would say things like, we referred to stakeholders like the coalition. So it'll provide clarity, but it won't be 100% of what I hear council is seeking.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I guess I would just add a comment that, in the absence of having a clear policy, when we have these applications come forward, and we also have a lot of data experts and a strategy that we've endorsed, it does lead to some tensions for me when applications like this come forward because we don't have a policy. And so I just wanted to add that comment and appreciate the collaborative reaching out and responding to this application. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. And I don't see any further questions or comments. We do have a motion on the floor, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. All right. And we do have Mr. Zabarski here, who was he got bumped earlier so we could get through some of the trash talk. And we will, sorry, I'm just realizing what I just said there. But I'll put it over to Mr. Zabarski and to talk about the electric bike share program.
Thanks, and through the CEO and the mayor to the council, appreciate you juggling us back into the mix here. So I'm going to give a quick intro and then hand it off to David Holzer from BCAA's Evolve e-bike share. I don't know that Leanne from BCAA she was joining us through Zoom earlier, but I'm not sure if she's still here with all the trash talk that went on. So a bit of background, we had Mike Zabarski, manager of transit and facilities with the regional district here. We developed a mobility primer last year to help guide us in the community towards a more sustainable transportation network. One of the outcomes of that work was a recommendation to develop an electric bike share program. We have been working with BCAA's Evolve program over the last few months to kind of understand how that program works and how it can work specifically here in the Comox Valley. We're seeing it as an excellent way to provide another form of transportation for residents and tourists alike. First mile, last mile connections to transit, and to supplement kind of the shorter trips around town. With that said, we presented to the board last night and they gave direction to staff to work with BCAA to develop a 2-year pilot electric bike share program with the city of Courtenay and town of Comox. And they authorized us to enter into an agreement with BCAA and the municipalities to deliver the electric bike share program in the city, town, and surrounding areas. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to David, and then we'll both be around for questions after.
Excellent. Welcome, David. And I just want to acknowledge and apologize that you got bumped there. And just wanted to confirm if you need to be sort of out the door to catch any transit type things that are time dependent.
I think I'm going to be okay, but thank you.
Okay.
Hello. Thank you for, thank you for having me here today. I'm David Holzer, Business Development Manager for BCAA's Evolve e-bike share. My colleague Leanne is online, though you can't see her. She is the senior manager of the program and and she is the product owner for BCAA's Evolve bike share. It's my pleasure to give you an overview of our service today. But first I want to start with a overview of BCAA. BCAA has been in British Columbia for 117 years, providing transportation services to over 1 million British Columbians. 9 years ago, BCAA moved into offering shared mobility with Evo Car Share, which launched in Vancouver and subsequently expanded to many municipalities, mostly in Metro Vancouver, but also here in Victoria on the island. About 2 years ago, we launched Evolve e-bike share to expand its shared mobility options. In 2022, Whistler launched, and last year we expanded to SFU Burnaby campus and New Westminster. Where do I put this? I'm sorry.
Doesn't seem to be working. You'll have to say, oh.
There we go.
Sometimes it delays itself here for some reason. It's on island time.
Fantastic. Love it. So how does it work? Evolve stations bike throughout the community that can be accessed through the Evo app. Simply download the app, open it, register, and then select a bike either on the app or by scanning a QR code that is on the bike itself and start your ride. When you're ready to be done, you open the app again and you close your trip or end it. The app comes with links to our customer call center that is staffed 24/7, and customers can also contact us through email or chat. We offer affordable rates of 35 cents a minute, $12.99 an hour, plus $1.25 unlock fee. We have subscription for frequent users that reduces the permanent fee to 10 cents a minute.
We may want to go to option B.
There we go. The bikes are built specifically for bike sharing, come equipped with helmets. The bikes are pedal assist only and have a max speed of 25 kilometers per hour. There's no throttle, which makes them very simple and easy to ride. The dual kickstand is also equipped on the bike, which makes it so that you do not require any kind of bike infrastructure, such as a bike rack to park the bikes, and prevents them from being tipped over. The bikes also have a swappable battery, eliminating the need for any charging infrastructure. Combined with the dual kickstand, the bikes provide a lot of flexibility when it comes to finding parking locations in the community. Finally, our e-bikes are equipped with an IoT device that has GPS, which allows us to track and monitor the bikes remotely. There we go. Here are some examples of the app where the riders can register to use the service, start, pause, and end their trips. The apps will show the parking zones as well as the available bikes nearby. It also displays messages if the rider parks incorrectly, giving them information on how to park properly. That delay is killing me. So here's how we envision the program. We propose an initial fleet of 75 e-bikes that will be distributed between Courtenay and Comox, available 24/7. We plan to operate year-round, increasing, decreasing the fleet seasonally, and pausing operations in the event of ice or snow. We propose a station-based system throughout the two communities using geofence parking zones that are strategically placed. We can set up the parking zones anywhere, move them on demand, and we can also set up temporary stations for events. The station-based system means that riders cannot end their trip outside a designated parking zone. We use station-based systems in Whistler, SFU, and New Westminster. Less than 1% of our trips are not returned to a station. When it comes to data, we'll share monthly usage data with the CVRD, Courtenay, and Comox to help monitor progress of the program. And additionally, we conduct surveys to gain member-specific insights about the program. Finally, community engagement. We love working with local businesses, and partnering at community events is a key strategy we employ to promote the service. This is an example of what a station-based system could look like. The goal is to provide convenient access to residents and visitors. We will work with staff to identify potential sites throughout the two communities to create a network of geofence parking zones. Evolve's geofence capability also give us the ability to create no ride zone, where the power to the motor is disabled if the bike enters an area. On the map, you'll see we've created a no ride zone at CFB Comox and Goose Spirit Park. We can also create slow ride zones where we reduce the speed of the bike from 25 kilometers an hour. And this can be used for any busy multi-use trails in the community. So as I mentioned before, Evolve's geofencing capabilities ensure trips only start and end in parking zones, which prevents the bikes from blocking sidewalks or being scattered throughout the community. Parking zones will have a teardrop icon on the app so riders can easily see where they're located. At the parking zones, we'll place signage and possibly paint or sidewalk tape to outline the area of the station to make it easier for riders to park. The parking zones do not require any permanent infrastructure. The parking zones also can have a relatively small footprint. 5 bikes can fit between 6 feet and 10 feet of space in a 6x10 space. Our operation management, our platform has several automated systems that allow us to efficiently manage the fleet. Evolve will use a combination of internal staff and contractors for day-to-day fleet management. Our day-to-day fleet staff will perform cleaning, battery swaps, damage checks, rebalancing and retrieval of bikes, as well as replace any lost helmets. If there's an issue with our bike in the community, our staff can respond within 24 hours of notification. We plan also to source a local business for a regular scheduled maintenance and repairs on the bikes. Finally, we have a very experienced marketing and communications team, which will work with the CVRD to announce the launch of the program and drive media attention. Our marketing will focus on community engagement through participation on community events and partnerships with community groups and nonprofit organizations. Being a safety organization, our outreach will also include safety materials such as educational booklets and links to videos for first-time riders. Finally, we'll look to provide safety courses for new riders. In other markets, we usually partner with a community organization to help deliver these courses. Thank you for your time today. We look forward to bringing Evolve here soon, and I'm open to any questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Right in that 10-minute zone. So that was perfect. Thanks very much for that. And I see that's generated some questions. If you wouldn't mind just bringing up Councillor Jolicoeur as well, just in case he's got a question, that would be great. And we'll start with Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This is pretty exciting. I assume that's you driving the Evo car behind me on the way in. And yeah, I'm sure there's lots of interest in this community about that program as well. But more about this, is this a subsidized, like a taxpayer subsidized program, or is this fully cost recovery through the fees and so on?
Yeah, we don't seek any subsidy from the community. We will operate at our own cost.
Yeah, that's great. And then I also noticed that our friends in Cumberland are left out of this pilot project. Can you give me a bit of your thoughts on that? I mean, there are those of us who like to go up there and find a ride home as well.
Yeah, it really doesn't have much to do with, it's just sort of our approach to operating. We want to start small, and then sort of as the program gains traction, we'll start to hear a lot of comments about where we need to be next, and then start to grow that way. It gives us the opportunity to sort of refine our operations and get ourselves like a stable footing before we kind of branch out. So Cumberland is something we're considering, just not in the initial phase. As the program goes, we'll continue to look at it to see if it's a good option to expand to.
Yeah, that's great. And well, it sounds like a great program, and I might just be a little selfish. I've got a pub run up to Cumberland coming up. It'd be great to have a bike ride home, but we'll just walk or take a cab. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, a few questions. I had the opportunity to see your presentation yesterday and ask some questions there. But I tried to stay away from questions that were specific to the impacts to the service in Courtenay. And I guess my first question is around providing space in our downtown. I mean, a key ingredient to this being successful is that the docks are nearby where people want to leave the bikes. It needs to be convenient, and so the downtown core is inevitably going to be one of the core areas. And I'm anytime we're making changes in our downtown around space allocation, we certainly involve our downtown business association. And I'm curious to hear what your engagement plan is with that organization and how that's going to inform the decision making around where we put those docks.
Yeah, so in other communities, once we get the green light from all parties to start going ahead, we'll engage with all the stakeholders that are deemed, you know, important for us to talk to. We will probably engage with the BIA anyway, because we'll want to talk about events downtown that we can help be at and promote our service for so I think that's a natural fit for us. But yeah, we'll kind of lean on the CVRD and staff to sort of help us like identify potential locations. We've had a look around. We've been in the community a couple times. You know, like I said, we don't need a ton of space to make this work. So finding a little 6x10 or even less space, because we can make it stations less than 5 bikes, make it work is really, when you start to really look at it, there's always some space. And yeah, I've looked at like 5th Street, and I don't know if we'll be able to get something along that, but on the streets adjacent to it, sure, I think we can.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable expectation. My other question or concern is just around how the servicing and just addressing, you know, when that 1% of trips that you mentioned that don't end up back at the dock. And I did note that there's going to be a reliance on contractors, which is understandable, but the previous locations that this program has rolled out in has been in much bigger communities, and we do have a more constrained pool of people to call on for these types of jobs. And I'm just would like to hear what the plan is and what steps would be taken if you know you're relying on a couple contractors that aren't available, and we end up seeing these bikes being kind of left around the community, and how that would be addressed.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The way we structure our agreements with contractors kind of ensures availability. We also have like an on-call kind of piece to the contracts that we'll put in there, where if we need somebody in an emergency to do something very quickly, we can call on them to do it. Our selection of those contractors, you know, hopefully it's local. Like, we would love it to be people that live in the community, but if we're struggling to find people that are interested in doing that work, we'll call on people from farther outside of the community. But we feel pretty confident. We've been able to find people in all of the markets that we operate. So we also are BCAA. We have a robust kind of like staffing and HR team to help us with that.
Right, that's a good point. It's not your only it's not your only operation. The last thing I wanted to mention or suggest is that it's great to see the airport as a potential place on the map. I don't know if that's decided or how concrete this map is, but I would like to suggest equal consideration for the Little River Ferry Terminal. It's about the same distance, and there's a lot of people that come over from Powell River for the day and would probably make good use of something like this, maybe more so than people coming and going with luggage from the airport.
Yeah, I think that's, we went out there and checked it out. The road is not super bike friendly. I don't want to say we're a bit concerned people might not be you know, that excited to ride a bike from that area. Originally we thought this is like an excellent fit. So I think we'll continue to kind of think about that. If we hear a lot of demand, I think that's something we could look at. I mean, there's also a really nice winery out there, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the access from the airport is significantly better. I mean, we have a lot of gaps in safety for biking. But I do see a lot of cyclists come off that ferry in the summertime. It's pretty common to see people with bike touring gear coming off the ferry. So it is a route that's used, even if it's not ideal.
Perfect. No, thank you.
Thanks.
Maybe we can talk to the regional district or Ministry of Transportation on some improvements there. Next, we have Councillor Moore and then Councillor Jolicoeur.
Oh, sorry. Great. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, definitely the folks out in that area have been lobbying for better bike infrastructure. But I agree, that would be another logical spot. Just a couple, I did ask some questions last night, but just some variation on those. I brought up the cost and you know, having something a more lower fee for folks who might not have the means. And you said there is a community type program that can be introduced at some point. So that's great. That would be less expensive. And I also asked about the breakdown between kind of commuters and visitors or tourists or whatever. And of course, we won't know what that will look like until it's up and running. And I guess another, I think for those of us who were looking at having more, introducing e-bikes into the mix was around encouraging people to bike and taking out a bike for an hour or so and trying it out can, you know, every so often can, you know, people might switch to an e-bike, buying a bike or whatever at some point. But I guess I'm curious about the sort of commuter piece or even people who maybe want to take a bike for a whole day. So, you know, you've got commuters that maybe are riding out to the hospital. There maybe would be a dock around there at the college, or that's a good hub. So they'd only have to pay that, you know, that trip there, which would not be too expensive, and then that trip back. But it would still add up if you were using it for that purpose. If you were doing that, you know, a few times a week, you probably wouldn't do that as a commuter. And then the sort of visitor or even a local resident just wanting to take out a bike for a day, that it does add up substantially. So I guess I'm just curious about if you're running into that in other communities, if you took out a bike for say 5 or 6 hours, you know, that can be pretty pricey. So yeah.
Thank you for the question. This one's actually really about how the system gets set up in the initial. We don't envision someone really needing to take a bike all day because they should be able to get to a place where they can end their trip,
right,
do whatever they want to do, and then take another trip. Let's say they want to go to another destination. This is a pattern that we see in bike share. This is how people kind of use it. I was recently, well, I wasn't recently in New York, but I was in New York and I used their bike share all day, and you only get to use it for 30 minutes. So you kind of hopscotch along. But that's really how the system will look to set up the system, so that there's not really a need for someone to ride our bike for like 24 hours.
Yeah, no, for sure. I guess I've got Cumberland on the brain right now because of course, and we're not going to be including Cumberland in the beginning. So it would definitely limit you. You could go out to Comox and do that and spend some time out there and then come back. But I guess that's sort of what I was thinking about is more like that type of trip, where we don't have a place. You'd have to keep the bike, because I know you said last night, well, people can go out to Cumberland, they just would have to pay for it because they have to bring it back to a dock in Courtenay or Comox. So yeah, okay, I'm probably just thinking too far ahead and looking at other locations.
If you don't mind, like if we see a lot of that demand, it'll make the decision to expand into those communities a lot easier. So, you know, if we're hearing that feedback after we launch really quickly, like we're not opposed to like bringing on more stations and sort of adding to it if there's demand there for it.
Right.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Morin and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. My questions are actually for staff. Twofold. What is our role in the provision of and more so looking also to the city staff, our role in allowing a service like this to be a part of our municipality? And then a second question to that is under the business licensing bylaw that we have, is there currently something in that schedule that this type of business would fall under, or would we need to be doing some work in identifying and understanding what the requirements would be for a business like this to operate in Courtenay?
Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Let me think about the questions and potential on the response side. First, we're receiving a delegation that's asking for the city to become involved and interested in this, and given our procedures, we wouldn't be making a decision on this at this point, and I would assume that council would ask us for a staff report on the implications, because this ticks all of the boxes as it relates to active transportation and community needs, etc. However, there are significant regulatory issues, customer response issues that will all fall at the feet of the municipality to address. So we can come through that. With respect to business licensing, I don't believe that is specifically addressed unless we consider this to be like a mobile vendor. But I would assume that the company has can provide some advice how this has happened in the other communities that have implemented it. And then, ultimately, we've identified that a mode shift and these are all positive aspects that we need to support in the community. And this council has been proactive and directed investment in the types of supports that would really enhance the utilization of this kind of service. So we're in there. We need to have, I think, some more discussions on how to actually follow through and make sure this is a success in the community should council wish to go forward.
Thanks.
Hopefully I didn't go beyond the question.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Mr. Garbutt. And so I don't see any further questions or comments at this point in time. So just want to thank you very much for your presentation today. Obviously, a lot of interest and obviously Cumberland was brought up a few times. I'm sure things, the other delegation that from the farmers market would probably love it if there was a station, at this, the exhibition grounds, that kind of stuff. But I'm really excited to see what the potentials are. And but as Mr. Garbutt said, there's definitely something that would probably come back to council in the future and potentially get a staff report on what those options and implications are to the city. So with that, have a great night and enjoy your trip back to the big city.
Thank you very much.
All right. So getting back on track with our agenda, we are now on 5.3.1 recreation program and admission fees. And sure. Been moved. If anybody wants to second that. Okay, it's been second. I'll pass it over to staff. Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, want to introduce Kathy Collins, the manager of recreation programming, and Ryan Kultura, our assistant manager of recreation facility operations, who will speak briefly to the report and then be available for questions. Just also want to acknowledge that council was handed just a handout. There was a table that was missed in the report, as well as an updated fee. So that's been handed out to council and emailed to Councillor Jolicoeur. So just want to acknowledge that and that information has been passed around. And otherwise, I'll hand it off to Kathy and Ryan.
Thanks, Susie. Through the city manager to mayor and council. As Susie indicated, Ryan and I are here to speak with regards to the recreation program and admission fees report, which informs council of adjustments to registered recreation programs and admission fees and charges. Courtney Recreation programs and services are provided through a combination of admission and registered program fees paid by individuals to participate in services such as registered drop-in recreation programs, drop-in fitness and sports, access to the wellness center and outdoor pool, and drop-in at the Link Youth Center. Program and admission fees are not covered by City of Courtney fees and charges bylaw, unlike recreation facility rental fees, which are outlined in the recreation facility rental and user section of the bylaw. This is due to the nature of the program fees, which are driven by fluctuating operating expenses and diverse program models. Prior to the pandemic, recreation fees and charges were historically adjusted on an annual and seasonal basis to ensure revenues kept pace with rising costs associated with delivering recreation programs and services. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial impact it had on many of the people in our community, fees and charges were held at pre-pandemic rates. As we are now seeing a return to pre-pandemic activity levels and the increasing impacts of rising operation expenses, recreation staff have reinitiated the practice of reviewing and adjusting admission and registered program fees to ensure Courtney Recreation can continue to operate within established cost recovery framework and in line with the market where applicable. Since 2019, minimum wage increases of approximately 25% and supply and material cost inflation has put significant pressure on recreation's financial structure without the corresponding fee increases. An evaluation of neighboring municipalities and private sector facilities fees also demonstrate that increases are appropriate and timely, as both registered program and drop-in fees are generally below market value. In 2022, the City of Courtney adopted the Recreation Fees and Charges Framework, which outlines the department's approach to setting both rental and program fees. The framework is based on a benefits continuum where increasing levels of subsidy are applied based on community benefit. In line with the benefits continuum, children and youth, people with disabilities, and seniors receive a greater level of subsidy to access programs and services and were considered while reviewing and setting fees. While the Recreation Fees and Charges Framework provides direction for enhancing subsidy levels to particular groups, it is also important to offer financial assistance to those who cannot otherwise afford to participate in recreation programs and services. Therefore, staff continue to promote and build connections in the community to ensure those meeting low-income measurement thresholds have access to the Regional Leisure for Everyone Accessibility Program, known as LEAP, and Recreation Access Program, which aims to reduce the financial barriers which may exist in accessing recreation programs and services. Specific to registered recreation fee adjustments, as previously mentioned, historically program fees were reviewed and adjusted on a seasonal basis to ensure the associated costs to run a program are captured. Although fees were adjusted to capture the number of program sessions offered, they were not adjusted to capture the minimum wage increase or the inflationary costs which have incurred since 2019. Market-based programs are offered in conjunction with subsidized and free programs each session within our recreation offerings. A cost recovery framework is used to determine market-based registered program fees. This framework ensures that the minimum number of registered participants required for a program to run is set at a cost recovery fee, which recovers wages, supplies, equipment maintenance and replacement costs, and administration overhead. Due to the rising costs associated with the provision of recreation programs since 2019, a review of the market, staff have determined that Courtney Recreation's program offerings are operating below market value and are out of alignment with the cost recovery framework. As a result, program fees are being reviewed and gradual fee increases have been implemented, starting with some registered programs in fall of 2023. In addition to the reinitiation of program fee reviews, staff have implemented the learning resources approach to programming to help identify and reestablish post-pandemic core program offerings. This approach allows an 80-20 principle where 80% of our registered programs are considered core programs and 20% should be new each season. Core programs are programs which consistently operate season after season at above minimum registration numbers. These core programs serve as the basis for each new season, with 20% of new programs being built around them to address trends and respond to community demand. Both the 80% core and 20% new registered program offerings are monitored and adjusted accordingly each and every season. I'm now going to hand it over to Ryan to speak with regards to admission fees.
Thank you, Kathy. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So a very similar approach was applied in the analysis and determination of our adjusted admission and membership fees. Staff considered the current cost recovery levels, the benefits-based approach as described in the recreation fees and framework, and comparable fees charged throughout Vancouver Island and specifically within the Comox Valley region. As indicated in table 3, you'll see that overall our fees are already relatively comparable to the Vancouver Island average. And as a result, we've determined that our admission fees are only set to increase from between 25 to 50 cents per drop-in. For the purpose of transparency and consistency, formulas were then applied to those drop-in admission fees to calculate the corresponding 11 pass, 1 month, 3 month, 6 month, and 1 year membership fees. That transparency went out the window a bit with your report where the formula disappeared, which is where I'll direct you to that a second handout that you have there. And you'll be able to see sort of how those calculations were set, where we go from the drop-in fees to calculating the monthly passes with a discounted percent of savings of 20%, to a 6 month pass with a savings of 30% and a 1 year pass with a savings of 50%. So really we're looking at just being able to consistently apply the fee structure throughout the full category of fees, which is why you'll see some fees going up greater percentages than others. We haven't applied a consistent percentage increase across, we've applied a consistent formula across the board. Moving from there, you see in table 4, we have nominal fee increases for our squash court and admissions memberships. The one standout on that table is the fact that we actually see a significant reduction in the 1 year adult squash membership fee. And that's a result of similarly the formula being applied consistently. And now we'll have some happy squash players, hopefully seeing that their fee is reduced in accordance with the way the rest of the fees are calculated. Table 5 has our proposed fees for the Courtney and District Memorial Outdoor Pool. And given that these fees were the most recent ones to be updated in 2021 to align with the regional district, staff have simply applied a 2% increase rounded to the nearest 10 cents to account for the rising costs, but also account for ease of transactions at the facility. As a result of this process and through additional public feedback, staff have also identified a number of other opportunities for future consideration, including the introduction of a full facility admission membership that may see sort of a one fee to cover all of our services, looking at a separation of youth and student rates, and a consistent application of a senior and older adult rate. So these are all things that staff are going to continue to explore and hopefully bring back to council for future consideration. Happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Excellent. Thanks so much for the presentation, and looking to see if there are any questions or comments at this point. I see Councillor Jolicoeur, if you want to start.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks to staff. The framework that we use really highlights, and the staff report, thanks for the quite detailed staff report on the benefits continuum that we apply in the framework. I was actually surprised to see in the staff report references to the fact that we're one of the few municipalities on Vancouver Island that has such a framework. So I think that really goes to show our commitments to equity and supporting wellness across the continuum of the lifespan and across the continuum of residents that we have in our community. And I guess one of the things that I thought was interesting, and I'm wondering if there's an inference here between what we have as the PWD rate. I've got a few questions on that. I was actually, generally I'm quite supportive of this report, I'll just say, but I was a little bit surprised with some of the rates for that and the senior line. And specifically, I guess I'm curious around how the LEAP program plays into those who are on and receive PWD, or seniors for that matter, on fixed incomes. And if we have any sense of how many, because we do have in the report the number of individuals in 2023, I believe, that took out family memberships, but how many took out PWD memberships and senior memberships? And then I guess while we're on the topic of PWD, quite a hot topic provincially. We're embarking on our commitment to equity and accessibility more broadly, and we know that the people who are living with disabilities and the support they receive from the province is not meeting their needs for things like rent and food. And so I do wonder if there is a consideration in the increases that the PWD has recently had relevant to the increases that we've proposed here for that specific class of membership.
Thank you for the question through the city manager to mayor and council. With regards to the LEAP program and Courtney's recreation access program, it provides a variety of options to people with disabilities. So the trick really on our end is ensuring we're always offering a complement of programs that register programs. If you're rec access, you can receive subsidy, which reduces your fees, which is open to everyone regardless of ability. And then of course, with LEAP programs, that's offering the 52 free drop-ins. So it's making sure we have a good balance in our complement of offerings that provides people the option for drop-in programs, which they can do for free. And as well as those registered recreation programs, which recreation access would reduce the fee.
Yeah, so just as a follow-up on that, does that mean individuals who are on PWD do qualify for our LEAP program?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And then the increases, are you able to speak to whether or not the PWD rate increases that we've seen recently, the small rates, were considered in the application of the increase to the our membership rates for PWD?
Through the mayor, I don't believe a significant analysis was done on the current PWD rates. Those have traditionally been tied to our student rates and the discount that's been applied to the student/PWD rate. So at this time, I think staff have just identified an increase that any increase with the student rate would take into consideration with that PWD rate at the same time. And those individuals that would fall under an income level that would qualify for them for the LEAP programs would be eligible to receive further subsidy and discounted rates through that program.
And then my question was around also the, because we have the family, I think it was 6 family memberships. Do we have a general sense of how many people are taking out the senior and the PWD memberships?
Through the mayor, not on hand at the moment, but it's definitely information that staff can obtain for sure.
Thanks. I'd be interested to see that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to reference that we did have 2 letters this week from Courtney residents who I believe make use of the wellness center, and one made reference to the differences in the fees. Drop-in fees, he suggests, go up about 11%. Annual adult fees 12.5%. Evergreen fees by 22.2%. And PWD by 33.3%. Now, I think you spoke to why there is a difference, but I'm just wondering if you could spell it out in a little more detail in case that individual might be watching tonight, and or one of us actually is able to respond to the letter.
For sure, through the mayor and to Councillor Hillian and to the individual with the email there. As I alluded to earlier, I think really a lot of the changes in where we see the discrepancy in the amounts ties to the fact that the previous formula or lack of formula really meant that the different fees were set at different rates, and it wasn't consistent when you moved across the different categories. So by
making a starting point with the drop-in fees and getting to a drop-in fee that we're comfortable with based on the cost recovery, based on the comparisons to neighboring communities and the Vancouver Island, the averages. From there, we've now applied a formula that spits out a fee amount at the end of it. So those are the amounts that have gone up different amounts. Moving forward now, anytime we want to adjust fees or have these discussions, we'll be able to look at adjusting strictly the drop-in fee. And so if there was a determination to say, hey, we want to subsidize the seniors at a higher rate than the adults, we would just need to adjust that drop-in fee, and everything else would be able to flow out, and you'd be able to see those consistent differences across the board. So because this is our first kick at the can, so to speak, that's where we're seeing some of those fluctuations.
Okay, and this letter writer also asks if we've considered the staffing levels at the wellness center as a potential source of cost reductions. He makes some other comments about the number of people attending, which seems to have gone down, and whether we need as many staff as we have. Maybe you could just speak to the staffing situation in general.
Sure. Through the mayor, staff at Courtenay Recreation are definitely cognizant of rising costs and wanting to make sure that we're providing affordable recreation access across the board. And one of the ways we do that is by ensuring that our staffing levels and the expenses related to those are in check. Specific to the wellness center, I can say that numbers have been increasing fairly steadily to the point where I believe at times we have upwards of 40 participants in the wellness center at any given time, and that facility is staffed by a single person at any given time. So within that facility, and it's not even staffed full time. So there are times when there are unsupervised times within that facility. And I do think that the staff there, the limited staff that we have, are doing an excellent job in terms of ensuring the safety and the comfort of the patrons that are visiting. So I would be very reluctant to consider reducing those staffing levels there. But rest assured, staff are definitely keeping an eye not just to, hey, how can we adjust these cost recovery levels just by increasing revenues, but looking at the cost as well. And another note too, we're definitely keen to see our revenue levels increase through increased admission, not just the admission rates, but seeing the number of people attending. So we also think that by having sort of a formula that's easier for us to communicate to the public and explain the savings as you move up to these different categories, we might be able to communicate better as to why somebody should consider purchasing a 6-month membership versus a 1-year membership or something like that as well. So we are hoping to see those numbers continue to rise.
Okay, and our other letter writer, who I believe is also here to witness the proceedings tonight, simply expresses that he sees the increases as excessive, related to both student, senior, and PWD, and is concerned about the hardship it will create. I think what you've spoken to earlier is the availability of the LEAP pass for people who are experiencing a hardship. So maybe you could just speak about the eligibility criteria that someone would have to establish to be eligible for that.
Definitely, to the mayor, just really quickly, and maybe I'll turn it over to Ms. Collins here to speak to that. She's probably a little more familiar with that program specifically, but just with regards to the rising costs, we're definitely all very cognizant about the increased costs and the hardship on everybody with all of these costs going up. There's also a recognition, though, that the operating costs of the recreation facilities and the staff wages and that are rising as well. So part of our opportunity to combat those outside of taxation is through the user fees. So going back to that cost benefit approach, the idea of those that are participating, those that are utilizing those facilities, do have a greater responsibility to pay for some of those costs. So recognizing that the whole of Courtney helps subsidize recreation, which is terrific. And we also want to encourage those users and hope that they're getting sufficient value out of that as well. But definitely for those that see these increases as a greater hardship that they can do, those other programs are in place for them to access. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Collins to speak to the eligibility.
Yeah, thanks. Great question. Through the city manager to mayor and council. So we offer 2 programs. So LEAP, which is a regional joint program that we offer, is open to anybody who resides within the Comox Valley. So it's great for those individuals who are outside of the city of Courtney boundaries. And the eligibility for that is the low income measurement. So it's a Statistics Canada income level. And based on that, if they fall within or below, then they can apply for it and receive LEAP. It's a generally very easy. We try to make it as low barrier as possible to apply for that program. You can go to any rec center within the valley to apply for that, and they simply forward the application onwards. So you just have to go into whichever rec center you want to pick up your pass. It's just a pass like any other membership. So it looks just the same as anyone else who's accessing our services. In terms of Rec Access, that is a City of Courtney funded program. It's the same measurement tool, so low income tool that we use. And they also get 52 free drop-ins a year, but they also get subsidy level depending on if you're children, youth, or adults. You get a variety of scholarships to apply towards memberships and registered programs.
Okay, and did you already say what the reduced charge for those individuals was on that pass?
With regards to LEAP and
Yes,
so for LEAP, it's free access. You get 52 free drop-ins a year, both with Rec Access as well as LEAP. And then in terms of our scholarship dollar amounts, I'm going to make sure I say this right. I hope I get it right. $450 for a child, $400 for youth, and $350 for an adult, I believe.
Okay, and do you have the number that is the actual income cutoff to be eligible for LEAP?
Oh, Susie does. Yeah.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you, through the mayor to Councillor Hillian. So it is the low income measure, and for a single person, my understanding, at least, and these are the 2021 numbers from Stats Canada, it would be $27,352, and then the income increases based on family and as it's assessed every year, and that is greater than the low income cutoff, which was the measure used I think prior to 2021, and we adopted the low income measure in 2021 to try and increase that income threshold. Also would offer, and Kathy can speak more specifically to this, we also have partnerships with organizations in the community who can refer to the Recreation Access Program. So instead of having to apply through us, we accept referrals directly from a certain number of organizations. And we actively work with organizations to try and establish those partnerships so that individuals or organizations working with low-income families can simply refer them and they'll be approved without any sort of application process through us, because we know they've already worked with an organization such as the school district. So that's another opportunity. If someone's already connected to a community organization, they may be able to just access the pass and program through that organization and right through to us.
Okay, and can you refresh my memory? Are we phasing these increases in, or is there a date when they become effective?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hillian, they'd be effective April 1st, 2024.
Okay, have we considered the possibility of phasing them in more gradually, or is it's felt that we simply need to make this adjustment because we lagged behind during COVID?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hillian, for recreation programs, they actually probably will be phased in based on our recreation program guide and based on the costs for each individual program. It's not as set of a sort of fee increase, so it'll happen over time as each program is updated and based on the program costs. For admission fees, from an administration and perspective, we do need to choose a date for an admission fee to take place. These fees are proposed to take place April 1st, 2024. It is likely that on an annual basis, we would come back with fee adjustments. This is not a one-time correction. It is a typical practice that recreation departments are updating their fees on an annual basis to keep pace with costs. The alternative is an adjustment through the taxation levels. Either way, that those costs have to be covered, and so we annually try and find that balance between taxation and user fees. And so we apply both the benefits-based approach to what's the right level of subsidization from tax-funded dollars compared to what the user would pay for that service. And then we also combine that with a market analysis to understand where we fit within the market, especially for some of those really market-based programs like fitness, making sure that we're on par with some of, Comox as an example, or other municipal providers. But this will catch us up to current costs and current levels. But it is, to be very transparent, this is not a one-time thing. It is an annual process that we would review our fees and then bring forward recommendations to council.
Final question. Do we have any concern that we could potentially drive people away by, a significant increase like this in one go, and thereby cut down on the revenue that we're getting and kind of defeat the purpose of what we're trying to achieve?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hillian, that's why we can do a market comparison to make sure that any of the increases that we are proposing keep us within the market rate. So if you look at, I believe it's table 3, as well as the appendix, you'll see the average rates for Vancouver Island. So there's a survey that's done annually across 20 municipalities on Vancouver Island. So we can look at what the average rates for municipal recreation are. And then we also look at our local comparators, the regional district and the town of Comox. And you can see that we're still well within range. Of course, if we are charging rates well above our neighbors, then we would see folks make other choices. So it is a balance between both the benefits-based approach and what the market will bear. We also know that, for instance, the town of Comox has not increased their fees either since COVID. And so we would expect, and through conversation, that will also occur. Whereas Campbell River, as an example, has just increased their fees. So we're also looking at who has caught up from COVID and who hasn't yet. And it's pretty consistent in the recreation industry that most departments paused any fee increases, and everyone's sort of just starting to catch up again now.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And just taking a moment to thank staff for really looking to make sure that access is equitable and it's not a hardship. Really appreciate those answers you brought forward. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And yeah, just as a follow-up to Councillor Hillian's questions, I really appreciate the detailed staff report and the comparables. And the reason why I think I opened with my comments previously in my happy dismay that we're one of the only communities on the island that considers the continuity, the continuum of benefits that subsidized programs have towards those in equity-seeking groups like seniors and people with disabilities. I do get curious if that's in fact our framework, if we have agreed and we have a policy that supports people from all walks of life to access recreation, yet we're also trying to keep up with our peers in municipalities who may not have the same policy, who may not have the same values and commitments to supporting individuals. I'm not quite sure how we're going to be keeping up if we consistently are also trying to commit to our other pieces within the type of framework that we have. As I said, I am a little concerned about the PWD rates and the senior rates, and I do appreciate that we have LEAP and the RAP program. I guess, hearing that we haven't done an analysis of PWD rates relative to our PWD membership rates, like the rates that people on PWD receive from the province, and the financial supports that seniors receive from different levels of government. I'm wondering, to staff's point around this being an ongoing report back to council, I'm wondering if that's something that we can consider, because although although we might be increasing our rates every year as a result of our cost drivers, we know that PWD rates don't go up every year, and we know that sometimes seniors' benefits don't go up every year, especially relative to the cost of living, fees related to rent and food and transportation. And so I'm wondering if staff can speak to maybe expanding our analysis for next year as we consider, trying to maintain cost coverage. And then specifically, if there's been any analysis, I guess it's hard if we're one of the only ones that have this type of framework, if any consideration around long-term impacts in trying to maintain comparables to other municipalities when we in fact actually have a different approach.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. Please let me know if I miss a piece of the question. So the benefits-based approach to setting fees does include what we call adjusting for practicality, which means looking at a number of contributors to how we set our fees. So there is a benefits-based approach which looks at what's the appropriate level of tax-funded subsidy for a particular service or program. And that's based on the benefit that the community receives as a whole from that service or program as compared to the user. And that's why generally through that framework, the policy is that we provide greater levels of subsidy to youth and seniors and people with disabilities than we do, for instance, to adults. But then we also have to apply a bit of a practicality lens to that. So that takes into things such as you're describing. Well, what are our pension rates going up? Is the disability rate going up? But also what is the market doing? Because just like we could price ourselves out of the market one way, we can also have fees so low that we actually that it can cause issues as well in other ways. So we have to find that right balance of what's the appropriate level of subsidies. We do provide a greater subsidy to youth, children, families, seniors, and people with disabilities. And while we are the only, as far as I'm aware, the only one on the island applying the benefits-based approach through policy, it is typical in the recreation industry to provide greater levels of subsidy to children, youth, families, students. It's not consistently that there is a separate fee for people with disabilities. That is a more unique fee structure. So while we have a very clear and articulated policy, it's pretty consistent across the board. Like if you look at Comox's rates as an example, they have student, adult, and senior rates, and they do provide greater subsidies to students and seniors. So when we're doing that market comparison, it's not completely out of whack to, it's not completely out of order to look at other comparators, even when they don't have a defined benefits-based approach, because it's in there in some formats. What we're trying to work towards is an articulated subsidy level. The other piece I would add is that part of the benefits-based approach is also identifying where we have programs and services that contribute revenue as a whole to help us offer higher levels of subsidy and free programs without relying on tax-funded subsidy. So there's a combination of factors that we bring into play. So a fitness center, as an example, and fitness programs, there absolutely is a need for those to be financially accessible. They also can be very market driven, and they produce revenue that we can reinvest into other programs that then can be made available for free at low or no cost, and also contribute to the Recreation Access Pass and the LEAP program. So all of these factors come together because without them, we rely solely on tax-funded dollars. So in the staff report, it actually articulates the portion of recreation that is funded by taxpayers and the portion that is funded by user and customers. And we're constantly trying to maintain that balance. As Ryan articulated through this review, we did identify that we do need to look at our overall structure, even the use of student versus children and youth and families, and how we identify these different categories. And that's work that staff will be looking at in 2024 and bringing back, hopefully by the end of next year, just recommendations on our overall structure. And that'll also help identify some of those subsidy targets.
Very helpful. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate the detail in the report, and yeah, I just want to emphasize that we, with the LEAP Pass and other things that we're doing, you know, it's one item, but we have the no charge for swimming for a portion of the summer. I think we are really looking at equity and affordability for folks. I do know some folks on PWD, and I believe that they would qualify for the LEAP Pass, even at the rates now. So I would just also note, Mayor, that this item is for information only, and I think we've it's your call, but I think we've discussed it for quite a while. And I would also note that we've been meeting for 3 hours, and I would love for you to entertain reconsidering varying the agenda so that we can let these folks go on with their evening. If you would indulge that, thank you. Before we take a break.
Yeah, I'll call the question on this. I've already confirmed with staff. We're going to vary to, was going to wait. So let's finish this discussion. Then I'm going to address the gallery on that. And then, but unless there's something critical about the topic on the table, Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, just one final point, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Staff, could you please let me know how our fitness center costs compare with the private sector? Because we've had arguments at this table in the past that we shouldn't actually even be providing these services, given that they're available. There's private gyms and such, but it is important to note that we do have taxpayers subsidizing this so that we can offer them at better rates. And I just want to confirm that that's still the case.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you, through the mayor, to Councillor Hillian. We didn't include the private sector comparison, but it is in our work. We are typically, and I don't want to say exclusively, because it's not an apples to apples comparison all the time. We are typically below private competitors, and just to respond to whether or not the public sector should be involved in health and wellness. These are absolute critical services for the health and wellness of our.
No disagreement there. I just wanted to confirm that we still are offering these services, even with the proposed increases. They're still significantly below what it would cost me to go to a private gym.
They are below significantly. I couldn't say off the top of my head, but they are typically below private sector.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian, for that, and for staff for all the great information. This is just for receipt, so I'm going to assume that's unanimous unless somebody waves their hands furiously in opposition. And with that, let's vary the agenda. I was going to address the galleries. Most people here waiting for the Grieve one, so I see lots of nodding of heads. So we're going to vary the agenda. You think I would have had this ready to go, but I believe it's 8.1.1. Been moved and seconded.
Mayor, I'm going to excuse myself. I have a conflict with this item as my employer is one of their funders. So I will stay by my phone if staff can just text me when you're done. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. And I believe we will probably take a comfort/food break as soon as we're done this one as well. And with that, it's been moved and seconded. So staff.
Thank you, through the mayor and council. We have a comprehensive staff report in front of you. Ms. Wade advised that we did receive some correspondence, so she wanted to provide some clarification. Given the time and the background that's been provided to council already, Ms. Wade will focus on a couple of items and will respond to questions if council have them.
Thanks, Mr. Carpet. And Ms. Wade.
Through the mayor to council, thank you for that, city manager. I just wanted to highlight two things in this report. One is that we have attached to the report the draft housing bylaw, which will come before council at the next meeting. And then the other thing I wanted to highlight is we received one comment, and I just wanted to respond to it. It wasn't to deal with parking and parking spots, and the group that the group is servicing has done studies on the amount of cars that would generate, and there's parking there for people to come as visitors, not so much for residents because of the low demand for parking. And as we know, with the new provincial regulations, the parking will be changing as well for infill projects such as these. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. And the applicant is here.
All right, thanks very much for that. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move that council give first, second, and third readings of zoning amendment bylaw number 3094, 1560 Grieve Avenue. And that prior to council consideration of the adoption of zoning amendment bylaw number 3094, the owner execute the housing agreement to form housing agreement bylaw number 3117 for council consideration. And I don't have any questions. I think we've had a thorough examination of this previously, and we have a good staff report tonight. And I think we're all pretty enthusiastic to support this project going forward.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hillian. And I'll just comment that this is a project being brought forward by our local L'Arche organization, who many of us have met with in the past. I just again want to acknowledge their hard work and faith that the system will work for them, and really appreciate their dedication to bring this much needed housing to our community. But with that being said, and no questions, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that is unanimous. And yeah, thank you for your patience this evening. And with that, I believe we're going to take a bit of a break, and maybe we'll come back around 7:30.
Sorry, I just missed that time. What time are we coming back?
7:30. I was texting you.
Thank you.
to warming shelters.
You're unmuted.
So welcome back, everybody. Thanks for your patience while we had a bit of a break. We are moving on to item 5.3.2, the Warming Center Extreme Weather Response Shelter Update. And I can pass it over to Ms. Saunders.
Thank you. Through the Mayor to Council, the purpose of this report is to provide Council with an update on the City of Courtenay's response and role in warming center and extreme weather response shelter activities, and to request Council authorization for the City Manager to enter into agreements with service providers as needed. Excuse me. City of Courtenay staff have been involved in discussions regarding the support for and location of warming centers and extreme weather response shelters, otherwise known as EWRs. Warming centers are activated by the Comox Valley Emergency Program and funded by Emergency Management and Climate Resilience through the province, and are coordinated with our regional program liaisons and service providers. They're typically activated during periods of extreme cold based on temperatures of thresholds of -4 or feels like -4 or other extreme active winter weather warnings. This is compared to extreme weather response shelters, which are one type of emergency shelter that BC Housing funds. The program is administered through community agencies and based on a community-led extreme weather response plan. For the Comox Valley, it is the Coalition to End Homelessness, and this year Community Cares as an organization that are leading the community extreme weather response plan. As I said, these programs, the extreme weather response shelters, are funded by BC Housing once a location is identified, and BC Housing enters into an operating agreement with the service provider, and that operating agreement articulates the triggers, the weather triggers. Typically, EWRs are activated at 0 or feels like 0, or in other significant or extreme weather events such as heavy rain, wind, or snow. So we see significantly more activation of EWR shelters than we do warming centers over the winter season. Both of these programs run typically from November 1st to March 31st. In both cases, the role of the city is to provide a facility and support the provision of that facility. The service is operated and provided by external service providers, so either through partnership with the Comox Valley Emergency Program and or Community Cares. Staff have reviewed city facility availability and appropriateness to support these two programs and have indicated to, the emergency program and the coalition that the following facilities can be made available. So for warming centers, the recommendation or the facility identified would be the Lower Native Sons Hall Dining Room. And for an EWR, the Solom Building. As the report articulates, the Solom Building does have some restrictions. So the capacity of the building for sleeping is 10 people, and there would be requirements for staff to determine some conditions under which you could not use the Solom, such as periods of heavy rain or worries of flooding, and we'd have to either relocate or suspend the program for those times if there was ever any concern about emergency vehicles being able to access the space. And in conclusion, the report recommends that the city manager be authorized to enter into agreements with the CVRD and or service providers should the facilities be activated for these purposes. So at this time, we don't have confirmation that an EWR space would be requested. We do have confirmation from the Comox Valley Emergency Program that they want us to have a facility available. And so in preparation for the winter season, we'd like to start drafting those agreements and where appropriate, entering into them so that everything is up and ready should the spaces be needed. And then I'm available to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much. I appreciate that. Councillor Hilling.
No questions. I'm prepared to move the recommendation with thanks to staff for the work involved.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Looking for any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. All right, moving on to external reports and correspondence. We have a letter for Minister of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation regarding home solar installations. All right, it's been, wow, we're moving right along. Been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments regarding the letter? Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. The letter, I believe, ends with a suggestion that we get in touch with another minister. Am I correct in that?
Yeah.
So is that something that we will just do, or do we need a motion to that regard?
Mr. Garvey.
Through the mayor to Councillor Ilian, if you'd like to make a motion, because you direct us, not the minister, to take staff action. Sorry, it's been a long evening.
All right, well, in that case, I shall
Are you going to amend the motion we already have on the floor?
I'll move that we're on receipt. Are we?
I think it may have been moved
we're for receipt.
for receipt. Okay. Let's dispense with receipt. Good call. All right.
Okay, I'll move that we redraft the original letter and address it to the Ministry of the Attorney General.
Second.
That's been seconded. Thank you very much for that. And Councillor or Mr. Garvey, did you want to? Okay. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I'm supportive of passing it along to the other ministry, but I'll also like to draw attention to the next item on the agenda, which is around AVICC resolutions, and it may get more traction if it comes from a wider group. So we may want to put it on our potential list. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCollum and Mr. Garvey.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. In recent discussions at the staff level in preparation for this agenda, I think we've been advised that some of the holders of these covenants are indicating that they're not seeking to enforce, et cetera. But nevertheless, the covenants remain in some cases. So just wanted to give council a heads up that there is some discussion happening. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Ms. Burkhan.
Thanks. I just wanted to draw your attention back to a resolution from July. So I won't read the whole thing out, but the action is that council directs staff to draft a resolution and backgrounder in support of the elimination of development agreement covenants that restrict or prohibit renewable energy systems in all zones for council's consideration for submission to the 2024 ABICC and UBCM conventions. So it may be that meets what you're looking for.
The work has been done. Fantastic. Thank you for remembering that for us. That's much appreciated. And given that, I think that's all the dots and T's and such. So I'll call the question, or is there a question? Do we need? Oh, to the new minister. So all those in favor? And that's unanimous. And so we will do that. Moving on to ABICC call for resolutions. And this is just a notice to make sure that we know that they're asking for resolutions. And Councillor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor. I feel like our the way we did things, excuse me, last year worked really well, where we actually, instead of trying to do resolutions on the fly, we had a little bit of a working session around it. We didn't make decisions on those, of course, but we sort of got a sense of what kind of resolutions to bring forward, and then either pass them on to staff or worked with staff to develop those. And I would hope for a similar process this year. We actually got quite a bit of good feedback from other local governments about the resolutions that we did bring forward. So I think having that extra time to really think them through is important, and I'm hoping that we can do the same thing this year. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Councillor Moore. And I think that's the plan. Did you, okay. All right, this is just for receipt. So just to get the brain thinking about things that we can bring forward, let's say like a solar panel thing or something. With that being said, given that it is just for receipt, I'll assume that's unanimous, and we'll move on to the next item, which is snow and ice control program, I believe. All right. I guess you guys owe each other a Coke or something. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, staff are pleased to present an update on our snow and ice control program, the Public Works Snow and Ice Control Program, and introductions here. Staff Michael Wright is the Manager of Transportation and Fleet Services, and Mr. Kearns, the Manager of Park Services. We're here to present an update on the snow and ice control program and a brief overview of the activities that occur within those various departments and the services that are provided to the city. I'll offer that our program typically runs between November and March of every year, and this year's kickoff in terms of temperatures and activities was about the middle of March on the 16th. So we're well in play, and I'll turn it over to my team to deliver. Thanks.
All right, if you just push the little magic button there and then I'll.
Perfect. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Oh, sure.
Oh.
So we're here today to talk about snow and ice control, give you a brief overview of the program and how it rolls out over the winter. The objective is to maintain a safe transportation network that's sufficient for vehicle road users in the winter months, and also to strive to ensure that the city is meeting our legislative requirements and council's mandated levels of service. We'll get into that a little bit later in the presentation. This is important because preventing the accumulation of snow and ice or quickly removing it as is reasonably practical increases safety, mobility, and improves commerce. So to achieve this, we have designated operational priorities that are established for all of the city's roads. Lanes, bike lanes, parking lots, sidewalks, that includes paved trail networks, and we use the official community plan with those types of designations. And just as a small note, the provincial managed highways are responsibilities of BC Ministry of Transportation and their contracted services, so this doesn't apply to those roads.
Right. So this is a broad overview of the assets that we have allocated to our snow operations. Heavy equipment, 14 units. This is sort of single axle, tandem axle, gravel trucks, loaders, graders, and the like that do the bulk of our snow removal. Medium equipment, 2 smaller units. 1 ton style trucks with blades on the front that can get into tighter areas, parking lots, civic cemetery, areas like that. Small equipment, this is primarily the equipment that we have allocated to our sidewalk and multi-use path clearing. For the most part, these are repurposed mowers from the summer months where they're outfitted with blades and snow blowers, which allow us to fit on the sidewalks. This includes small tractors and some skid steers that are sized accordingly as well. Salt and sand spreaders, the next item, are the drop-in units in the back of the trucks for spreading that material. And 2 truck-mounted brine units that the transportation team uses for proactive applications of the liquid brine. 2 trucks allow us to be on the east side and the west side and hit primary routes in advance of conditions that favor snow and ice accumulating. Not listed on there is a recent addition in the winter 2022-23. We added a small brine unit to one of the utility vehicles that allows us to do the bike lanes and the Riverway Trail, other multi-use pathways. Excuse me. New for 2023, salt and sand spreader, and awaiting delivery on 2 pieces, a 5-ton truck, and a backhoe. These are replacement for existing fleet.
The next slide we have is about the logic model, which is just a visual representation of the different resources and activities that go into the snow and ice control program. And then it relates the outputs, outcomes, and impacts that we're striving to produce. I'll zero in just on a few here. The inputs, would include things like labor hours or fleet equipment, technology, fuel, policies, plans, And the outcomes that we're striving to produce with the activities that are listed next to the inputs are generally focused on citizen satisfaction, public awareness of winter storms, and mobility of our traffic at or near normal speeds. And the general impact that this produces for the community is a quality of life that's maintained relative to the various modes of transportation that users are taking. A reduced disruption of essential activities, which includes medical appointments, garbage collection, police and emergency services. It manages to or strives to maintain commerce and transport of our goods and services throughout the city, and a general reduction in crashes that are reported to be related to road conditions.
So this is a summary of our level of services for each of the different asset classes. The city clears 340 kilometers of roads, 64 kilometers of sidewalks, walkways, and paved trails, as well as 25 parking lots. So looking down the left side, you'll see those the breakdown of those assets. The next category shows our activation triggers for pre-application of brine, salt, or sand. They're all pretty consistent. We make those applications whether it is on the roadways or sidewalks when conditions favor the accumulation of snow. We monitor those conditions, watching for freezing temperatures, not just snow, but ice conditions as well. Staff are in early in the mornings and can determine field conditions along with the weather forecasts that we've been watching in advance. Most of those activities take us 3 hours to complete, and many of them are happening simultaneously. The next category or the next column there describes when we start plowing. The breakdown there generally is going to be accumulations of snow that we anticipate will continue and get us to 10 centimeters or more, or when snow is falling and we anticipate would lead to dangerous conditions, and if not removing it would create a problem. Hours allocated to each are next. These, keep in mind, these in an ongoing snow event, staffers continue to circle back to areas that they've previously been to continue the event, but 6 to 8 hours in the case of the arterial roads for a single push of those routes. Working our way down into sidewalks and paved trails, taking as much as 48 hours from end of snowfall for complete clearing. The goal with these areas is to make them passable and safe. And it's a rare snow event that just drops and stops. Usually we see the snow continuing on. So these processes are sort of always, sort of ongoing throughout the event.
The next slide is where we salt and plow. The left-hand side on this slide, it'll just give a little bit more detail what we mean by arterial roads. Arterial and major collectors, they also include areas where, our priority ones are the arterial and major collector roads. And it also includes where we have emergency service facilities, major bus routes, and the entire of the downtown core commercial area. Our priority 2 is the minor collector roads and streets with steep hills, and then school zones. So when we initiate a response, I just realized there's a lot of number ones here. So first 2 bullets are our priority 1s and 2s, and that's it was reflected in the previous slide here. That takes about 6 to 8 hours to plow and approximately 6 hours to put brine down on them. Our local roads, the 3rd bullet, are our priority 3s, and the cul-de-sacs and lanes are our priority 4s. And these are the designated in order for us to understand how to allocate those resources and activities from the logic model. And then we have, all this is on our website as well. We have the street clearing map that we just wanted to illustrate here to show that we're applying the program across the entire city. Priority 1, 2, 3s, and 4s are color coded based on the bottom right legend. So the reds are our priority 1s and the greens are our priority 2s. Those are the typical responses to a snowstorm. When we do get an excessive amount of snow, we move into what's called a full push, which includes priority 3s and 4s, which is the local roads and the cul-de-sacs. And then finally, the parking lots are shaded purple. So that occurs at the same time as well.
So while the street clearing is happening, staff are also dedicated to the sidewalk clearing practices. We've really tried to create some better structure here and be proactive in our approach to how we get onto sidewalks. Historically, they may have occurred sort of at the tail end of a snow push, but we try to get out there while it's occurring so that we can stay on top of it and make sure that these areas are passable for pedestrians. And in the case of the separated bike lanes, having those cleared as a priority as well. I'll just jump to the map. There we go. Again, as with the roadmap, we've got these broken down into priority 1 through 3. We do use contracted services in the highlighted areas in purple to assist us getting through our number 1s. We will work evenly on the east side and west side of town at the same time with equipment dispersed to both sides to create some sort of balance. Staff will complete 1s and move on to 2s, complete 2s and move on to 3s. In the case of an ongoing snowfall, we'll continue to circle back to 1s to ensure that they remain open. Of note might be that, again, those separated bike lanes on 17th and 5th, those are included as a priority 1. And get our first treatment in the morning, and then we'll continue to be looped back on. The parking protected bike lanes are a little bit different. I'll let maybe Michael comment on that. Yeah, I think much like the transportation map, we're working through the sidewalk system in a similar manner.
Sure. The bike lanes, we have a pretty extensive bike network here that include a variety of different facilities that you're aware of. When they are on road, painted bike lanes, they can either be parking protected or alongside and adjacent to the travel lanes. The bike lanes adjacent to the travel lanes are cleared with the road on the second pass. The first pass clears the main travel lanes, and the separated bike lanes are cleared mechanically by contractors, and those are treated as priority 1s. And then our parking protected bike lanes, there's one area, I will call it upper 17th by Wilmer, where we have parking protected, and those are under review in terms of how we apply that. We will use our own services. The issue is the parking and making sure that we can clear those lanes. So our priorities this year is to keep bike lanes open to the extent possible, keep them clear of debris, and make sure that those levels of service are maintained for the folks that use those modes of travel. The last slide here just is about our next steps. The logic model and levels of service form the meat and potatoes of what we would like to put forward in a policy update, and that should be coming to you soon. We envision that to be delivered in 2024. With that, that's the end of our presentation. So thank you for your time. Any questions?
Excellent. Thanks very much for that. And the questions have already started coming in from the public. So I just want to say thanks, especially to Mr. Shaw, who's always willing to take my questions and comments, and really just for doing such a great job. The brining I could see going down before the roads actually started to frost up, and so when questions came in, it was easy for me to answer that we were certainly on it already. And I also in the past, it's been really useful when people say that we haven't plowed an area to know that it's all tracked by GPS, and not only do we know that it was done, but exactly when. So it's really exciting. With that being said, I'll pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the report. Yeah, it's great to see this formalized. I think it really reflects a lot of the dialogue that we've had around snow and ice control over the years. And yeah, seeing it put together in a clear framework, highlighting where the priorities are, I think it definitely lines up with what I wanted to see, particularly around how we're addressing sidewalk priority and the bike lanes as well. I did have a couple questions. My first question is just around like when the city starts plowing, particularly around the sidewalks and the cycle tracks and the multi-use trails. It says that it's at 5 centimeters, but only if there's 10 centimeters in the forecast, but a small amount of snow once it's, I don't need to tell you this, but once it's frozen, if we're having a cold snap, that can really limit people's use of those facilities for quite a while. So just wondering, I assume that there's a little bit more than just that notation. But yeah, like how we kind of decide where we're gonna do some early maintenance to keep those facilities open.
Yeah, I mean, in practice, we're watching not only the amount of snow that falls, but whether it's leading to dangerous or slippery conditions. A light dusting of snow that blows around a dry snowfall, not so much of an issue. 4 centimeters of a wet snow could lead to an issue. So it's stated as those numbers there, but we are also watching whether not plowing would lead to dangerous conditions. So we would activate in a snowfall that might not get to 10 centimeters, knowing that it would create those issues if we didn't.
Yeah, that's great to know. I one year particularly stands out for me where we just had a cold snap with some freeze thaw, and the sidewalk and the bike lanes up Fifth were just treacherous for a while. And I mean, sometimes that's the way that the weather event comes, is that it gets turned to ice before we're able to clear it. So I did, and that's reflective of a few years ago. We've had a much better time keeping those lanes clear, I think, with the addition of some new equipment since then. I noticed I've seen some brine on the lanes a few times this year, and it really adds a sense of confidence coming down there, and they're so well used around school hours. So just want to commend the work on that, because I know it's appreciated by the residents in that area. And one other question just around the prioritization, and I think I already have the answer, that it's maybe more related to the equipment available, but just the prioritizing that we have a response time of 12 hours for parking lots, but it's a much longer window for our downtown sidewalks and multi-use trails and the cycle tracks as well. Just wondering if why the discrepancy, and if that is around equipment availability.
And then Mike will probably jump in. We have 25 parking lots and 64 kilometers of sidewalks. And so that number is representing how long it takes us to complete one round. So we can send the sidewalks are the parking lots are rather close, usually most of them to the operational center. So the equipment, it's the heavy equipment that goes to them first, and we have specific staff that are assigned to go do that. Whereas 64 kilometers of sidewalks is spread out throughout the city, and it's I'll let Mike jump in, but I would say that's a target that we can achieve, knowing how much we're going to get done. But if you want to add anything.
The 48 hours on paved trails and sidewalks is meant to capture all of through all the priority levels. So the areas you were talking about, like downtown, priority 1, major arterials are priority 1s, and the timeline on that is more 24 hours from end of event, but more typically just ongoing. 48 hours would be our goal at the end of an event to have the full network cleared out to our priority 3s.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that's definitely matches what I've observed in previous years after our snow event. So yeah, thanks for that clarity.
All right, thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, thanks, Mayor. When I first ran for council, I had an elderly neighbor who said, "Oh, that's good because we used to have a councillor on this street, and he made sure our street got plowed really early." I don't think I've been able to deliver on that, but what occurs to me is that we have some trouble spots in the city with sort of snowfall frequent flyers who we always hear from. And I'm sure you guys have got your list. You know, we used to have one in Pentledge Park who always got into major fights with the plow drivers. There's a guy up in the Muir Road area that I think I hear from every winter. Do we have any way of proactively reaching out to those people with sort of a mass mail out saying, "Hi, just to let you know, we're all ready, and you know, here's our plan for this winter"? I'm not being totally facetious, you know, it just seems to me that it could help to disarm some of those characters that we get challenges from.
And I see Mr. Shaw has his light on.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. A great observation. Communications obviously is a key part of our process. Snow and ice control is fluid. As staff have articulated, not every event is the same. The outcome is not always the same. But when we're asked to put it in writing, what it is that we can accomplish, it has to be attainable. So we're always striving for better. This is kind of the attainability and one that we can be held accountable to. We are working with our comms team currently to provide update with respect to what you see here in terms of priorities, in terms of communicating those priorities and what's on our website, what's available publicly. We're actually, I'll let that out of the bag a little bit, but we're working on a video, an interactive video. It really describes what it is that we do, how we do it, and how we're making decisions on the fly relative to what it is that we perform in terms of snow and ice as a whole. So we're hoping that will be a hot button item over the winter time for people to view, and we can certainly repeat those on our websites. To answer your question specifically about reaching out to individuals, no.
Yeah, okay, I totally understand. Thanks for that. Second question, and I have a short third one too. We also always get concerns about bus stop areas, particularly in areas like you know, Walmart, the mall, things like that, and we've had a number of situations with people who have mobility challenges who have issues there. Are we doing anything extra to address that?
Yeah, there's we talked about this a little bit today as well, just so we could give you an explanation. Like their part, we're considering them part of the sidewalk clearing because usually they are side of the road. And so the sidewalk clearing occurs adjacent to the transit areas. And when we get into trouble with transit access, it's when there's a large amount of snow and snow's pushed from the road onto the sidewalk, and the sidewalk's already been cleared. So we've put it in here into the sidewalk to acknowledge that it's within the 48 hours that we need to get done. But because of the nature of how the snow accumulates there in sort of like a snow bank, it doesn't accumulate until after we've cleared the roads and the sidewalks, and then it presents an issue. So although we're constantly on the sidewalks clearing them, and including transit areas, I would say safely that we can address that within 48 hours.
Yeah, that's great. And finally, what are the chances of the bollards at 3rd and Fitzgerald survive their interaction with a snowplow?
It's a really good question.
Several of them look pretty bent already, I must say.
There's two that are bent right now, but
Yeah, it's a great question. Obviously, those are a new addition to this year. They typically see a seasonality to their deployment. Obviously, we'll be advised and staff are aware of the deployment of those assets, so we try to be mindful of them. But we understand that the actual vertical piece, not the piece that's adhered to the road surface, it's a disposable asset. Effectively, it has a shorter life cycle, and so as they are damaged, we will replace them as necessary. If I may, just to go back on the question and the points you made in road. Bus stops, specifically the bus stops located at the Walmart Center and at the mall, those both reside on private property and don't actually fall within the parameters of our service.
And that would probably be the same with the North Island College and
correct.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that clarification. Councillor Moran.
Whoops, thank you, Mayor. Interestingly, my first two items, Councillor Hillian covered, communication and bus stops. Yeah, I think we also got some comments about the bus stop on Ryan Road as well. That's another pretty frequently used stop that some folks were having trouble with that one. And yeah, obviously there are some areas that have more people with mobility issues using particular stops as well. Around some of the, the housing that that accommodates people with some of those challenges. And just funny, I was going to say, oh, it'd be great if you could do a video. So here you go. That I think people love videos, and I know they've been really popular for the RD with solid waste and other things. So that's great. And just on communication, I think, well, first of all, I'd like to say that since I was elected, I've just seen this program get better and better and better, and we actually get a lot of compliments. So kudos to you and your folks who do all that work. I would say, we get the odd complaint for sure, but I also see even on social media a lot of accolades for our snow removal. So I think that's great, but I think whenever we can start that communication as early as possible, because, we can have a snowfall at any time, and just being proactive with that. And, you really notice how many pedestrians we have when there's a snow event, because we get emails from pedestrians. So I think there's a lot more people. I mean, people in cars don't always notice pedestrians, that there's so many, and there are, kids going to school, going to bus stops, lots of folks out there trying to go and get their groceries or whatever. So those things were sort of covered, but I wanted to ask about the 17th, because there were a lot of doom and gloom with the work on 17th, that there were going to be issues with snow removal there. And I don't remember hearing any big concerns last year around that. So I'm wondering if you can update on how that's been with snow removal, particularly around those bump out spots and that kind of thing.
Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councilor Moran. Great question. Great points. I'll start by prefacing with the program, and I concur. It's been evolving over my tenure and the team's tenure, and I think this team would articulate and alongside me that sidewalks have been prioritized to a new extent and to a new level. They were historically, I think, done as a secondary item to our program with primary focus on roads. And as Mr. Carnes pointed out, that we would then deploy staff after the fact, whereas now it's a very cohesive effort collectively across the board with the Public Works Services team, and those assets, both folks and equipment, are deployed equally across those fronts. And we continue to evolve and continue to get better with our priorities. And as we add new arsenal, new pieces of equipment, those timelines become shorter and much more attainable in terms of service and service delivery. So as well, I appreciate the commentary. I also appreciate the commentary about communications. Probably never communicate enough, and we never always know exactly when it's going to snow, but we have a good idea. And so the sooner that we can be out, the better. with respect to 17th Street and the changes to 17th Street, obviously you can see the priorities in terms of classification for sidewalks, and snow and bike lanes have changed and they become priority one routes. And so they see a level of service that historically was otherwise not the case, and now it's been elevated to that front. We still need a place to put snow when it snows. And if we're removing snow off both a sidewalk and a bike lane and a road surface, it's the parking lane that's going to receive those materials. And so that's what we've focused the deployment of those. That, however, has a consequence in terms of the ability for people to do on-street parking. And I think that was most of the focus in terms of commentary that we heard as staff last year. As a result, historically, and as Mr. Wright noted, the upper part of 17th Street has a much more opportunity for us to space snow in the areas, but also creates a little bit of difficulty when it comes to removing snow in the bike lanes, as you're kind of fighting a snow bank in the middle of it. So challenging nonetheless, but still moving forward in terms of offering linear assets that are most advantageous for all active users. I guess reiterating, the only downside really is the parking lane that gets the downside of it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moran. And I don't see any other questions or comments at this point. It is just a briefing update. So that being said, Councillor Healing.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just want to take a quick opportunity to thank Public Works and Mike in particular for keeping the parks in such great shape. I know that there's the little bridges in Puntledge where I go regularly, and of course some of them get tricky in the snow, but you guys do an amazing job, and I know we all really appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Healing. Absolutely. Fantastic job. So and hopefully we will get our standard amount of snow dispersed, adequately throughout the season as expected. But yeah, huge thanks and really appreciate the articulation of this and again being able to communicate with the residents that are having some challenges and how everything's working. So with that, it is just for receipt. So I'll just say that's unanimous. And we'll move down to the Heritage Advisory Commission meeting minutes. Excellent. Any questions or comments regarding this? I know there's been much discussion about clocks and such, but I think other than that, if there's no questions or comments at this table, we'll just again receive those unanimously. And there was another meeting yesterday where again there was much excitement around clocks. Oh, sure. Let's turn that off. Perfect. All right, now the camera's back on track. Okay, we already did 8.1.1, so we're going to jump to 8.1.2, DCC waiver for affordable housing bylaw 3118. And Ms. Wade. We'll let the staff talk and then we'll, just in case.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we're going to like it, but.
I hope you do. And thank you, your mayor, your worship, and to council. And I'm pleased to bring forward this bylaw for your consideration tonight. This is in regards to various conversations regarding DCCs and non-profit affordable housing projects. This bylaw we are able to put forward that goes outside of the superintendent under section 563 of the Local Government Act. It allows to have a bylaw regarding the reduction of DCCs for an eligible project. And this would be for a not-for-profit rental housing and including supportive housing. It would be in relation to allowing up to 100% of the DCC fees to be waived. Those funds would come from the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. We have identified some examples of what kind of financial impact it would have in the report. We're recommending that we look at this with a sunset clause right now for up to June 1st, 2027, and that we evaluate with all the changing regulations. We don't know about the Housing Acceleration Fund, and it'll give us a time to be able to monitor this and make some recommendations moving forward with this bylaw. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. Thanks very much for that. And I don't see any questions or comments just yet, but Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. Really happy to see this come forward. I think it lays out something that we haven't had a clear policy on for a while, and I think this is really going to support our nonprofit partners to understand our position and to understand expectations of what they can find in their partner in the city when it comes to DCCs. I'm happy that you mentioned some examples of financial implications in the staff report, because I was a little concerned actually when you put all the numbers down that you know, if we're on track with the example, I think is 111 units in the example that you provided, and you know the cost to DCCs as we see the cost to everything increasing, and then the total that we have in our fund, our reserve right now, that won't get us very far for very long. At least that's my impression from reading the staff report with the funds that we currently have in the reserve. And so with that, not to be too doom and gloom, but I'm wondering if staff have any insight. And I know that we're in this in-between phase with the new legislation from the province around what we are able to collect for things like affordable housing municipally. But I'm wondering if staff can speak to any kind of risk mitigation that we can take beyond what's laid out in the policy to support having the funding that we currently have in that reserve take us as far out as possible to support as many units as possible. I'm just a little concerned that if we are successful in getting all these affordable units online locally, that we might come into a place where we might run out of funding in that reserve to support the waiver of the DCCs.
Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, thank you for that question. One of the things that we highlighted in the report is council can look at not doing 100%, but could do 50% or 25%. Municipalities vary using those kind of three numbers, 25, 50, or 100%. So if you wanted to risk mitigate, you could do 50% of the waiving the DCCs, or it'd be something that we can review and bring back to you as we see how things roll out over the next couple of years with the various regulations. And you're correct, with the CACs, what money will go into the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund will be limited. And it depends on what happens with the Housing Acceleration Fund. If we're successful, that will help us to put some more funds in the reserve fund. So there's a lot of kind of unknowns right now. That's why staff is recommending a sunset clause, so we can have time to sort of digest what's going on. But if council chooses and does not want to go forward with the 100%, we can amend this to do the 50% if you wish.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I noticed that, and I appreciate the flexibility. I guess when it comes to that, you know, 25, 50, 75, or whatever percentage up to 100%. Presumably a development comes forward from a housing provider, a nonprofit housing provider. A staff report comes forward, staff recommend potentially, or they would seek council direction, and maybe it would have some insight into what you would recommend for that percentage. And I guess I'm curious, is there a policy that you will be using in in your internal work in the development services in recommending where up to 100%? Is it based on the amount of units? Is it based on equity, how many equity seeking groups the housing provider will be supporting? Like how does staff come to their recommendation to that up to 100% based off the bylaw?
Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. When this bylaw moves forward, what it does is it gives guidance to staff. So staff would not have to come to council with a report or a resolution. It just simply says that we can say to the nonprofit affordable housing provider that your DCCs are going to be waived by 100%, and we'll do the calculation, and it goes when we debit the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. As far as the criteria in the bylaw, we define what we mean by nonprofit. affordable housing. And that's what we would use in the who would fit the criteria or not. And that is directly tied into the legislation because there's only 4 types of eligible developments that we can actually use this bylaw for under the Local Government Act.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor McCall.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the report. I'm in agreement with the approach that's suggested here. For the most part, nonprofit affordable housing is the piece of the development market that we're looking to support. I don't have a problem or have any reservations about 100% waiver, at least for the time being. And having a time limit makes sense. The other thought I had when I was reading this report and just thinking about that affordable housing fund, because we do have a lot of flexibility with it and it can be used for other ways to support other projects, that I don't think it's necessarily strategic for us to use all of it, dedicate too much of it just to this one mechanism. So I had the thought that maybe it would make sense to allocate like up to, you know, a third of what we currently have, would be about $400,000, and just set that aside until we wanted to review it. And then at least we still have money that's earmarked that we know can be used for other potential projects, and not necessarily for DCCs, but maybe to partner on land, or, I mean, how that would look, I don't know. But it's really hard to estimate how much success we'll see in the affordable nonprofit housing sector. I mean, it could be a handful of units, or perhaps it'll be a lot. So those are just my thoughts on it, but I do think the way that it is laid out is supportable, and we can revisit this before the end of the sunset clause. So I'm not suggesting that we need to change it right now, but that's kind of my thoughts on it, is that if it's getting upwards above that $400,000 mark, I think we should come back and look at it again.
All right, thanks for that, Councillor McCollum. And I'm not seeing any further questions or comments. So I believe we did delay the motions. I don't think anyone's moved or seconded, just in case we want to modify it anyway. So just looking for a motion.
Move the recommendation.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and no further questions or comments. All those in favor, and that passes unanimously. Excellent. And then we have the Mansfield Lift Station Latecomer Agreement 3119.
Move the recommendation.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Did staff want to speak to this? Okay.
Staff are available for questions if council has any.
All right. Any questions or comments regarding this? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. And then we get to the Downtown Courtenay Business Improvement Association bylaw.
Should really speak into the microphone. I'll move that council adopt Downtown Courtenay Business Improvement Area bylaw number 3105, 2023.
It's been moved and seconded. Did staff want to speak to that?
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I just wanted to thank Ms. Proton and our legislative services staff for assisting the BIA in this extremely important project. Just want to highlight that you know, it was a partnership that the BIA and the municipality funded this together. The BIA did the majority of the heavy lifting in terms of engagement, but our legislative services department was brought in at the end of the project to really bring it all across the goal line. So I wanted to say thank you very much from our side and the senior staff.
Excellent. And right now, well, actually, they may have finished by now. Hopefully, the DCBI is meeting tonight. But I think, you know, the last two events they put on, Moonlight and Madness, and then the parade on the weekend, were both, I think, really exceptional events that exceeded expectations, and really well enjoyed by the community. And so, you know, moving this along is certainly another step in their evolution. So with that being said, if there's no further questions or comments, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. And we have the Development Procedure Bylaw 3106. Councillor Frisch.
Move the council adopt Development Procedure Bylaw number 3106, 2023.
Moved and seconded. Did you want to speak to?
I'm here to answer any questions that you might have, and I'm really excited to have this before us, to have some clarity in regards to procedures in which we'll be actually updating our webpage and et cetera. So thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Councillor Morin.
At the risk of extending the meeting, I'm just wondering if Ms. Wade would entertain just a brief summary of the report, just so that, because it is kind of a significant thing, and rather than just answering questions. Is that okay? Just some of the highlights of the work would be great. I just don't want it to sort of go unnoticed, all the work that went into it. Thanks.
Through the mayor to council. Yes, so some of the big highlights on this is in particular the delegation of the minor development variance permit, which is up to 25% variance, which will really reduce the waiting time for applicants and really expedite the process for us to be able to address a lot of the minor issues that come before us. We do have lots of things in regards to some of the land use patterns with the existing zoning where there's minor variances that would help the uses to be built. So that it's going to be a really helpful tool that way. It also, in regards to public information meetings, because of the legislation, we have it in there, but it's not a must do because we are very aware of the regulations that are coming forward with Bill 44 in regards to how we engage with the community. So it's been structured with the ability that we acknowledge the provincial regulations that are coming into effect and that we're not going to contravene those provincial regulations. So we're able to build that into this bylaw as well. It also talks about the processes in regards to some things that we did not have in the development applications bylaw. So we're highlighting everything that we're aware of in as far as dealing with any OCP amendments, dealing with flood exemption. We're dealing with all the minor and the major development variances. We've clarified a development permit and how we separate out if it does have to come to council for a development variance permit, how we treat that in a separate manner. So it's a variance is given first and then a development permit. And it also has in the document, we have flow charts and we explain the processes. So previously in the development applications bylaw, everything was kind of lumped together instead of going by the specific application. So now the specific application has been pulled out with the process and the steps, and that now corresponds with the fees and charges bylaw. And then we've identified the gaps in the fees and charges bylaw with the processes so that now we're recovering fees and charges in relation to those things we were not covering for fees and charges. So I think that's basically at a high level.
Thank you. I just wanted to express appreciation for this. I think it will, improve efficiency, save some time, and it's just one of the many things on your work plan that's been accomplished. So just wanted to express some gratitude to you and your department. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. And I don't see any further questions or comments at this point. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously, and we'll move into City of Courtenay Fees and Charges Amendment Bylaw 3107.
Recommendation to adopt.
It's been moved by Councillor Hillian, seconded by Councilor McCollum. Any questions or comments? And I see Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I did get to ask some questions when this was up for first and second, I think. My question, again, just for clarification, I believe staff had said for some of these fees, they were new. And so specifically the telecommunications tower letter of concurrence. What was the response in terms of being able to look at I think there was something about maybe reviewing some of these things in the future based on the assessment. I think staff said there might be one of these applications coming to council soon. So specifically around that telecommunications application.
Just wait.
Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, yes, there will be a telecommunications application coming before council. We, in regards to the fees, what we know is with the changes in the regulation that we anticipate that we will be in the regulation, I mean by the provincial regulation and the things that are happening, that we will relook at this fees and charges bylaw as we move forward in the process and reevaluate fees and charges as we move forward and go through the processes and align it. So this will very much be a living document.
Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks for answering that. And I don't see any further questions and comments at this point. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. And we'll move into 8.2.5, which is the Consumer Price Index increase to DCCs. Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It's because we were bouncing around. Trust me, I've got staff explaining how complicated it makes it later on. So we'll hopefully have some better processes in the future. But for tonight,
yeah. So just move adoption on the CPI increase to development cost charges by law.
Excellent. It's been seconded. I just want to, I mean, this is, I think, fairly self-explanatory that CPI will automatically be kicking in so that we're not doing these catch-ups many, many years after the fact, so that hopefully, you know, although we'll be reviewing things, it'll just keep things moving a lot more smoothly in a better fashion. So if there's no questions or comments on this, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. And oh, this is going to be another hour. Now we're going to get into council reports.
Oh, no, because you sent your reporting.
Absolutely. I was going to say, are we okay to bounce through? Does anybody have anything critical they want to talk about? I think we've mentioned a few things already today, and we'll go to in camera. So we can move that. So, okay, Councillor Frisch and Councillor McCollum, go in camera. All those in favor? That's unanimous, and we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.